See, Brett, are you online?
As soon as she unmutes him.
It's okay. Brett?
He said he can hear us. I did ask him.
He's
Just muted.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Brett. All right. Well, we'd like to welcome everybody out to our workshop this evening. We're going to be working on our operational budgets and ask Curtis if he can be here with us and then help us with any questions we might have. Council, we've had a lot to consider the last several months, and as we've been working through this budget. But anyway, Curtis, I think I'll just kind of turn the time over to you and let you start talking about kind of some of the changes that were made since the last council meeting and where we're at, and go from there.
Awesome, perfect. So if you remember in the last budget that we presented, we tried to be very clear that we had not included any capital in that budget. So there's no capital outlay. And one of the things I committed to the council is I would send you out a list of all the capital that we are recommending that the council adopt, and those are now included in the budget. But I just want to go through them line by line, and you guys can ask questions about why we're including this. Now remember, all of these capital projects are coming out of money that's already been in the funds. It's coming out of our savings. Okay, just to be clear, this has no impact on the revenues. This has no impact on operating expenses. This is coming out. We got a budget to come out of savings. So the very first thing, and it's up on your spread. Hopefully you guys all got this spreadsheet. So the very first thing, we do have a grant for cemetery, and I'm echoing. Wow. Do I really sound like that? That's just horrible. I am so sorry you guys have to listen to that. That's annoying. 13,000 in cemetery software. So we got a grant. This improves the software. So we added that capital in. That'll be a capital item. The next thing, in the parks. So this is coming out of the parks fund. Remember, this is where we collect impact fees. We also have set aside some other money. So this is Fund 26. We have we're recommending to set aside between the engineering and the construction $575,000 for the Midland Square. Now that uses up grant money that we have. Okay, and that's designed to satisfy that grant. In addition, there was planned in this year's budget Central Trail. That's why it says carryover project. It's not going to be done. We're recommending that we carry that project over and actually strive to do that in fiscal year 26. So the total capital that we're recommending to the council is $690,000 out of the parks fund balance. Any questions through that point? Okay. Next, we come down to water. Now, I should say these are projects that are either have a contract associated with them or we started contractually getting into those. In the water, we have the ASR project phase 1 and phase 2, and there's engineering on this. And then there's also the equalization base.
Those are covered with grant funding.
Those, yes.
Yes. Correct.
And so that's $905,000 that we're recommending in capital projects for those. Then in the treatment plant fund, many of you weren't on the council, except probably Lyle, maybe Brett too, but about 6-7 years ago, we went through a 3-year period where we bumped up the sewer rate every single year to set aside money for upcoming, we knew it was gonna be mandated by the state. Wes, you probably remember this. There's a whole big thing about bringing the treatment plant up to spec with the state laws that were coming up. The plan actually worked really well. Kudos to everybody that was involved with it. And we have $7.2 million set aside to do that treatment plant upgrade. And that project is set to start in '26. And so we're recommending that the council go ahead and pull the trigger and get that plant going so we're in compliance.
Good job, guys. Good prep.
So
It-
that we stay in compliance.
Stay in compliance, yes.
for
Yeah.
long term.
And
We're not out of compliance.
I should, yeah, thank you for clarifying.
Just clarify.
It was one of those things that we had to do it, so we stayed in compliance.
How many more years do we have before we're out of compliance with the state on the sewer?
I'm not sure, it's population based, but we're okay. I mean, it's just meeting the capacity and having the capacity there. I don't know about the compliance part of things. It's not like we're on a naughty list. We're just trying to be able to run our plant with all the growth and the infiltration that comes in. And it's the infiltration that comes in from time to time that gets us, that can make us exceed our permit. And I think that's one of the issues that we're most concerned about. And this will give us a big buffer where we don't have to sweat it.
Let's also make sure we've got our numbers in check, that we're 6 years ahead again.
Yeah,
So,
and these
as much as
numbers-
possible.
These are really kind of 2-year numbers, even though we're putting it in 1 year. It's probably really kind of a 2-year project, and those are kind of the 2-year numbers.
I think what Bo's saying is that
At
we
6
need to know 6 years in advance before we do gotta upsize the sewer plant.
When's the next?
Just like
upside
this
plan?
time, that saved the
Right,
day
this
that
is
you
state
guys did what you
compliance,
did.
but we
Yeah.
just need to know future.
Well,
keep-
then, let's save up again and do another one in 6
Yep.
years. I'll just tell you right now.
So that's gonna come into some other discussions that aren't necessarily maybe for tonight,
Right.
but they're gonna come. So if you come down, we have more recommended projects. There is the 27,000, and this will come out of Fund 28. It's for the exhaust system for the West Bays. What did Brett say there? I didn't see
You
it.
couldn't hear Carl when he was
Oh,
talking.
sorry. The exhaust system for the West Bays, we're recommending that project go ahead. There will be enough available funds in Fund 28 to satisfy that one. The next one comes down out of our capital projects, so this is Fund 40. Here we're recommending, well, I'm not gonna go through it, unless you want me to go line by line. You guys can read all those projects and then just ask questions. But we do have money set aside in capital projects for all of those. These are the ones that we went back to the department heads and said, which ones should we do this year? And this is what the consensus was as we went through there.
So I got a question on 1,000 North. Is, given the concerns that we listened to here a meeting or two ago about the sidewalks and kids, is that pulverizing, will that include any work on a sidewalk on the north side of that road?
That 10th North project is from First West to 1,000
Not for that.
West
Oh, wait a minute.
on that one.
That's
Right,
not,
Carl?
that's not going over to the,
That's not going from the new road to the state shed. This is from First West, from the railroad tracks to
okay,
1,000
okay,
West.
I'm mistaken.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
I believe, right, Carl?
Carl's gonna get in trouble. You're not gonna be heard.
This,
I thought we were pulverizing, I thought we were doing that.
Oh,
Not from 1,000 West, or
2,600 or whatever that is.
So to speak to what's before you right now, the 330,000 is to pulverize and repave from what we just did going west.
Oh.
To the road sheds.
No, I don't think it's that far. There's two other phases beyond this one that we're gonna be doing in successive years. And this is just a piece of it. For the 330,000, that's only gonna get us
But my question is,
part way.
will that include some sidewalk?
I don't believe so at that price. I don't believe so.
This is just mill and fill.
For some reason, I thought it was first west to 1,000 west.
Because there's multiple projects and phases. I probably need to give a updated presentation on what those are and when they will happen.
Because I believe that we was not gonna go any farther west until we put sidewalk and curb from 2660.
That's kind of where I'm at.
And depending on whenever that decision was made, this phase right here has been identified for probably at least 3 years, and it's just been kicked down the road, and now we're at that point. And so it's totally appropriate if you want to address that part of it.
Well, I just, given the concerns that were expressed,
Yeah.
I wonder if we at least ought to look at it.
Yeah, I think so.
There are other potential funding sources for stuff like that, including safe routes to school and other things that UDOT.
Well, that's where we need to be going then.
Yeah, we can go look at some of those
Okay.
places.
All right.
Just focusing on the capital projects from the 615, any other questions in that group?
Rocket Road, is that?
So
up
Rocket
here?
Road's down on Fund 42.
Yep.
So
It,
there's a vehicle section and then there's the transportation projects for capacity. So you can look at those ones as well.
What is the Rocket Road widening?
Right there by the cemetery. It's from the
It's
cemetery
done-
to the railroad tracks.
yeah,
Like Christensen.
it's the other side of the
Okay.
church to the railroad tracks. It's really narrow. There's a railroad crossing, a canal crossing, got to put in a bridge.
And one question, Carl, that Backer truck's only gonna be 215? Or is that just 215 out of that?
Out of general
Split
fund.
between three different.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was gonna say, out of
It's 700,000.
total water, sewer, and
Well equipped.
capital. Gets him his $1 million for it.
Just real quick question, 51. That's for one more car for the Meals on Wheels, is that what that is?
They lost one.
They lost one. They borrowed the one from the cop and it died on them too, so they are one total vehicle short.
They got in a wreck.
I think we need to have more discussion around that as it is.
Just need to cut it out.
Or get capital from other municipalities that we're servicing.
We're working that angle.
Other questions through where we've gotten to through Rocket Road?
The 4 police vehicles, was that part of that other thing, or is it on the general fund, or is that what we're talking about?
So this is the actual purchase of vehicles. So this would give them authorization to go out and buy 4 new vehicles and equip those. Then,
Well, my question was, we had them on the general.
I'm gonna come right back to that.
All right.
I will address your question.
I'm just,
I just don't want to confuse the two issues. So this is the act, but I do want to clarify, this is the actual authorization to purchase 4 vehicles and equip them. If we finish off just with the other recommended projects for the enterprise funds, there's secondary water area phases 1 and 2 with an estimate. And then the Vector truck is being split out between 3 different funds, between water, sewer, and storm drain.
Curtis, that number 60, does that actually, are we finished with the secondary system? Completely?
That would finish us up.
That includes like,
Garfield's and the old Friedall and the new Friedall,
like
River's
where
Edge.
I have-
where
we don't
named
have
that,
any.
tie all that in. and get it across Main Street, Garfield's and
Side of the Malad River.
Friedal's.
So
this
does-
is probably
It doesn't
it.
finish the east side of the Malad River area?
It does.
It does,
This does. There's not now.
but this'll finish it up.
Yep. The way that I understand it.
Are there any
That
other
would be the
service
last-
areas that are going to be needing it? Is there other service areas on the docket for
No.
the secondary?
Developers will take care of whatever's.
Okay, so this is the last one.
Developers will,
Got
you
it.
know,
And I believe we have enough water shares, correct? For the old part of town, we got them years ago and
Stack them all up.
Just got 6 more today.
got 6 more.
are they still 10 grand a share?
Yeah, but some of those were from the developers, from Mac Builders.
Oh,
So let's pop over to the transfers tab. And Blair, I want to address your question first. So we're going to go down to the recommended transfers for saving, right where your cursor is. Yep. So this area moves money out of the general fund over to the capital projects and sets it aside so that in the future, the police department would be able to buy vehicles.
They wouldn't have to ask. It'd just be in there.
Well, they'd still have to come back and ask because they have to have authorization to spend out of that. But this helps the council set aside money for that, for those future acquisitions. So we're planning for the future, trying to avoid having to lease them or do something else that go into some sort of debt arrangement for it. So it's setting aside money for vehicles in the future. There's also, that number changed with the, as we made a few other adjustments. So the 100,000 turned into another 87.
Oh,
my line
I
right.
put in the packet has the right number, but
Okay. So
Yeah, it
it's
was
187,095. So it sets aside almost another $200,000 for other vehicles that are going to be replaced. This would include, it could be used for any fire vehicles. This could be used for any senior center vehicles. This could be used for any parks vehicles. This could be used for even to
Is that enough?
no. I mean, when you start talking about trying to set aside money to replace a street sweeper and stuff like that, this is one that we need to work out a plan of how we're going to build that up. That's just what we had available. And vehicles seem to be like the most pressing need at the moment.
They got to come back and ask when they actually want to purchase something.
Yes, this is just the council setting aside money so that it's there for somebody to come in and ask.
but these ones are in the budget already, right? These 4?
Would now be the time to ask, generally speaking, what our logic is on police vehicles and how often you're turning them and why? Do we want to go into that, or is that
Let me
too?
cover the other
Okay.
transfers real quick.
Just understanding that logic, I think it'd be
I
helpful.
definitely think you should. So fire operations needs just over $1 million. Recreation programs, I think that one,
97.
that changed up to 197. There was a last minute adjustment. So it went to 197,765. So you'll see those transfers inside the budget, and that just funds the fire operations and funds the recreation program, so that's Fund 25 for recreation, just what they need to operate. And then we also have the RDA is making is providing the match for the Midland Square grant, which is a totally acceptable purpose for those RDA funds. And we're recommending that the RDA actually provide the match rather than some other fund. And that was the plan when the grant when we went after the grant. So we're just executing that. So the RDA would actually provide the matching funds. And that's what that transfer is about. Those are all the one-time funding changes that you'll see between last meeting's budget and this current meeting. But yes, let's talk about police vehicles. I wasn't trying to put that off.
Oh, sure.
That's everything all the one-time money that we put out there.
So does that come to a full total? All that, is that the capital that we're moving over? Is there a total at the bottom? I guess it's not capital, it's
It's coming from.
going to cap.
So we're recommending out of the general fund, $587,000 go from the general fund to capital projects for savings.
You're asking for a total amount of all of them?
Yeah, I don't know if that matters, but
Yeah, the total that's coming out of they're really for different purposes, so I view them kind of differently, but I mean, we can add a total in
oh,
there.
I'm
It's-
good. I'm good.
It's almost $1.8 million.
As far as police vehicles are concerned, we've looked at multiple different options to save the city money, including leasing, and that was not cost effective. Skylar, I'm actually going to yield the conversation to him. He's done a great job as far as taking point, looking at different options, and getting us the best possible deal. Not just buying the vehicle, but outfitting the vehicle. So any questions, I'm sure he can answer.
Yeah, so the outlook for police vehicles, we'd like to rotate them about every 5 years. That gives 4 vehicles a year roughly with our current fleet. It keeps us sort of fairly close to warranty on them, if not just out a little bit, so.
I think Blair had a good suggestion that I think he talked to you. We need to look at that extended warranty. If it's a couple of grand to put 3 more years on it,
Yep.
bumper to bumper,
So I did reach out to a company this afternoon, and I'll follow up with you guys as soon as I hear back from them to see if,
I mean, they might not.
yeah. I asked them if they do a police fleet,
They
but
might go, oh, yeah, we're not.
We've seen how they drive.
that's a great idea, Blair.
So my only question would just be, in general, and I'm actually, I don't know what my opinion is, to be honest, on this.
Yeah.
I just have had citizens say, I feel like we're spending way too much on vehicles. So I want to give you the chance to tell them publicly what your opinion is
What
on
they're
that. and
buying?
Why, yeah.
Yeah, so for the last couple of years, I've shopped locally and actually out of the area as well to get the best price that we could on vehicles and also take availability into account for it. A big portion of the vehicle, right now you're roughly $45,000 to $47,000 for either a Ford Explorer or else a pickup truck. They're really close price ways, and roughly $20,000 to outfit each one. So that's to buy the vehicle from the dealership and then get it out on the road, so.
And that rotation of 4 per year is just by the time they cycle down, that's when we're out of warranty, and that's why we
Yeah,
go.
that's pretty close, so something we have to take into account is some of our vehicles are admin vehicles like Chief and I's where they're not used as much, or our detective vehicles, so they might be able to run a little bit longer. We also have animal control in that, and that vehicle is well past its due date and needs to be replaced, so.
What kind of revenue do we get back? I mean, isn't that why we're buying pickups? Because they're marketable.
So we haven't sold any yet. They've all been passed down to other departments, so like Public Works and Parks.
Garland
So-
does have success doing that, though. They do resell, especially during that COVID year. I actually think they made a little bit of a profit on some vehicles after using them for so many years. The way we've done that, I guess, for the benefit of the entirety of the city is we run them for that life cycle, then they go to another department, they run them basically until the wheels fall off, and that saves them and the city revenue.
Can we pass one of those 4 this year to the senior center again? Is that, rather than needing to allocate more money?
I was gonna say that too.
that
If they've got
possible?
an extra one this year, due to what might be coming with the seniors Meals on Wheels
Absolutely.
deal.
We want to keep in our fleet 2
An
to
extra.
3 or backups in case one gets in a wreck or has mechanical failures, but I don't see why we couldn't kick them another
Pick
vehicle.
one, yeah.
So how
Just a
many
thought.
cars have we got in the fleet right now?
So there's 17 for the officers, 18 animal control, and then we have 2 or 3 spares. So
22,
21, 22, somewhere in there.
and that's how many policemen we have.
So Garland provides their vehicles, so we've got their vehicles on top of it, and have actually got them to keep one of their replacements, and not sell it, so it'll be a spare as well. So,
So help me understand why we need one police car per policeman.
Sure. You want
I'll
to take
take-
that, or, yeah, I got it.
either way.
So as far as, first of all, that's the going practice. Department-wide, city-wide, other city comparables. Two things people offer. One, it's the take-home vehicle. The other is personal vehicles. The other thing is all of our equipment. It's basically our mobile office, right? So we need that to respond to critical incidents. That was a thing of the past, and it worked for crime rates back in like the 80s, maybe even prior to that. But now what we found is response times greatly reduced by us having that equipment on hand. So let's say worst case scenario, we have a double shooting in the middle of the night with a homicide suspect. What does that look like when our officers have a vehicle? That means they jump in that vehicle, they respond to that incident, and we have all of our assets there. Furthermore, we're able to contain that incident because we could put a cop car here to block this road, cop car here to block this road, and that's called incident command. We're basically able to protect the public by isolating that problem. Whereas on the contrary, if we did have a fleet where you pick it up, officers would respond from home in a personal vehicle, they would switch out their vehicle.
You come pick me up?
Yeah, hope that they have the equipment they need,
You're
then they
right.
respond out. In practical application, it's really not, it's a thing of the past, it's really not practical anymore. And what we get is a safer city. Not only that, it is, before I'd say it's an incentive to have that, but now it's just a going thing that all departments offer. So we don't want to be the one department that doesn't offer that as a perk to their guys and gals. I don't know what that would look like, but I don't think it would be good. So the list can go on, but it's just the standard practice nowadays. And we understand that vehicles are expensive, and if, we want to work with the council, if that means we push them out in 6 years, 7 years, whatever, we can give that a go. My only concern is we may pay more, and we will likely pay more in maintenance costs, things of that nature.
Once you hit about that 5-year window, you really start looking at maintenance costs that just, they grow exponentially, and it becomes not worth it to hold on to them too much longer.
I think if a person has their own vehicle, they take better care of it. They're responsible.
Yeah, absolutely.
Multiple drivers in, and nobody cares. And then if you see one that's
Jeff,
crappy,
why don't you come up and,
you need to tell them, hey, you're not keeping it up or whatever, but
I guess you can look at it both ways too, as far as when you say you pass them down to Public Works or whatever, then they're not asking, but sooner or later they're gonna say, well, why don't we get a new one and pass it back to you guys, There's all different ways to look at it. Everybody's vehicle is as important to them as it is to you and Jeff and Carl, But I still am a believer that them cops gotta be a priority.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Wes. And another factor is cops live in that car. That is their office, that is their home. An example, we went to contact Smithfield. We couldn't really get a hold of anybody, but we found that they just did a bond for like $6 million for a new police building. Part of the way that we can kind of drag out those capital expenses is because our officers are living out of that car. They're operating out of that car. We're able to do business that way. And that's just a nice perk that we've had to offer our guys, along with every other city that's offering that. So
I also had a police officer approach me out at Lewis Cabinet when I had our manufacturing plant and say, hey, I got an extra 20 grand to spend on vehicles. Can you build me a cool, And I was like, well, 20 grand. He's like, I've got the budget. So yeah, I'm just pushing back a little bit.
yeah,
to
no,
just-
absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, we want to
So-
answer those questions, and I will say vehicles aren't what they used to be. We're the reason we want to have one extra, whether it's from Garland or Tremont, we really don't care, is it's commonplace to have at least one vehicle down in our fleet at any given time. It's just
Yeah.
the way it is now, so.
So Dustin, you need to let the public know that when you see all this, I gotta think right. When you see all these comments on Facebook about cops sitting around, they don't know that if they're not sitting in their car doing their reports, because you only have 4 offices across the street, you know? And I don't know how we get people to understand that. You know, let's build you a $40 million cop shop and then everybody come back here and do reports.
Yeah, there's a lot of misinformation, and I don't really know either how to address those issues. I mean, we could post about it, and I think that's a limitation we have as a city, which we've all felt, is getting the message to the public. But the reality is,
Overcommunicate,
yeah, even if it appears they're not working at that time, every time a cop goes on any detail, there's a report that follows. We have to screen those cases through the county attorney's office, so they are working, and our stats reflect that as well.
Try driving real fast past them, see if they catch you.
I mean, that's one way,
They still might get you.
but then they're gonna complain about that too, so.
You speak like you have experience.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add that there's an added perception that when that officer's off duty, as his car sits in his front yard or in his driveway, it appears as though there's more officers on the street. And so having the vehicles out there is a perception to the bad guy that the cops are there and they're watching, so.
Thank you. Okay, back to you, Curtis.
Do we want to modify the budget
Well,
for
I
the
think-
Wheels on Mills? Is that something that we wanted to?
Do you only have a truck to pass down?
Here's my deal on that, Bo. If we can afford that this year as a not drain us dry, because they're gonna have to start replacing their vehicles too. We could probably get them a car to get by for a while, but their vehicles are getting old and they're getting more miles on them than them. So, just my thought.
And we can be thinking about that. We don't need to make that decision at this point, but that's something you need to be,
Maybe it can come out of that future vehicle fund somewhere down the road, whatever.
but we do have budgeted for a Meals on Wheels.
One car for Meals on Wheels, but when they,
Works best for them, though.
That's what I was just saying. If they only have trucks to pass down, I don't know that a truck's gonna be.
Right.
They need to be able to keep
Well,
the,
for our senior
SUV
center
space
delivering.
and
SUV, yeah.
We'll take it. Why don't you take one of the trucks you can give you and resell it and buy,
Well, there you go.
Yeah. Trade it for,
yeah.
take two?
Trade it in, yeah.
Because we have 2 extras. If we keep one, take 1 or 2 of them and sell it and get what they need.
That's all I'm saying is I think the budget is there to capitalize on the resource. We don't need to allocate extra. If it's already coming out because of the past, let's reallocate for it. Yeah.
And
It's a
when we sell
win-win.
vehicles, we can record the sales back into that fund, so they're available for the next purchase.
Cool.
I was gonna ask you that about the recreational program operations. I'm sure that's gotta be junior jazz and
All of the above.
all of the
Garage,
above.
bowling, Golf,
So
camps,
is,
and adult sports.
how much of that's coming out of the general fund? I know that we can never track it, but do we need to start tracking all the, and I don't want more work for the girls up front, but it would maybe be nice to know that when we're spending $197,000 that we're getting back. It's only costing us $40,000 to run these programs, or we're making $20,000 to run.
Well,
We're not making money on them.
So that 197, that's what it's costing the city. That's what the general fund is contributing to run those programs.
But that don't count when you pay $20 to put your kid in junior jazz.
That's-
Oh, it does? Oh.
This is covering like Brooke and Kirsty's wages to run the programs.
Oh, that's not just, okay.
Departmental that it's covering, the program should be covering themselves based on the fees.
That's what I was wondering, if they're covering themselves, and I know Zach does a good job of, if we gotta raise it $5, we gotta raise it $5.
Part of the reason why we split
Yeah.
this out a number of years ago was that exact question is, what are the fees doing versus what are the programs costing, and how much does the general fund take to subsidize those? So when you look at Fund 25, its total expenditures getting there, it's on the back of it. The total expenditures are budgeted for next year, $383,000. So the fees are gonna, and of that, I should say, of that, the,
You'll find it quicker than me.
there, 207,000 is not specifically accounted for to an actual program. So that, a large chunk of that is going to be, the salaries and benefits of the people that are running those programs.
I think I knew that, just had to be reminded.
No, I want it on record. I mean, we split that fund out just so that we could see exactly how much the general fund was paying to run those recreation programs.
But as far as the actual operation of the programs, not, well, we have the personnel and all that kind of, but do the programs sustain themselves?
We'll have Zach, we need Zach to kind of
Yeah, kind of do.
just
Yeah.
show us that they're self-supportive and.
Yeah, and this is where we've got it split out, and really it's best for Zach to walk down through each one of those programs
Right.
and say, but, you got, just using round numbers, you got programs that are something less than 400,000. Or sorry, you have total operations for that, or they're less than 400,000, and over 200,000 is just for your administration side of things. So are those programs covering all of the administrative costs? No, they're not.
But they are,
general
but
fund
the
is-
operation, the actual,
But the actual
programs.
operations of it, they are covering the operations.
that was my
So they're
question.
paying for the refs, they're paying for the equipment and stuff like that that's
Facility
provided, and any.
But not the
facilities.
overhead takes.
But they're not covering the overhead.
Okay.
This-
Is Heydays its own budget, or would that be part of
73, it's community events, so it's a
community
general fund.
event? Yeah.
Okay.
Great question, though.
All right. Any other questions on these capital project, transfers and stuff?
I've got one then. So this year's operating budget, we have, I lost my number, 616,000. So is that part of these numbers here that you just got through talking about then?
I'm sorry, which number are you talking about?
The net overage on the operating budget that has been 507 to 506, now it's 616. We've got it transferred to capital projects. I haven't got a number here. Of 587,000.
Yes,
That 587,000, is that part of these numbers that you just went over?
yes. The 587,000 is actually sitting right there in the recommended transfer for savings, line 30. So it's the total of the 400,000 and the 187,000.
Okay. So that's all the excess money that we've just talked about, and we've just placed it in funds, both in the balance sheet and in the budget.
So that number really reflects the operating revenues of the general fund minus the operating expenses, and that's what was left over that could be used for savings.
So we've dipped into what some people have called the rainy day fund, which was 9 million. How much have we got left in after doing all these transfers?
Great question. Will you go to the capital funds available sheet, please?
While you're getting there, I just want to talk about the term rainy day fund. I was asked to look into how much general fund we can carry over from one year to the next, and The minimum amount is 5% and the maximum amount is 35%. So there is a fund that I would call the rainy day fund, which is that that pool of money that comes from the general fund and is allocated for general fund type purposes. It's a little bit odd because the funds are fungible. You can move from one to the other, and all it takes is an action or a resolution from the council to amend budgets and amend those funding amounts. But the maximum that you can have in a general fund type reserve is 35%. The minimum you have to have is 5%.
30 of the current year revenues.
The current year
So
revenues.
I have to estimate out what the current year revenue.
And we're in excess of that this year, right?
Correct. So that's that 500,000 to 600,000 that we're looking at, that we're going to.
Meaning we have more saved than what the state actually allows.
Correct.
And
We
therefore
need to
we have
do,
to adjust.
I'm going to ask if, at some point in the regular policy meeting, we'll need to, and it's up to you where you want to put it, but there's about somewhere between 600,000, and I think Curtis even recommended up
exceeds
to
the
$1
state
million.
allowance of
$1 million that we
35.
can transfer into capital funds. It could be roads, it could be Main Street, it could be, but we need to transfer that money from this rainy day fund into one of these other
So
funds.
to clarify that, we have saved more than the state allows.
We have, and we're obligated to move some of that into one of these other funds. Now, I just wanted to clarify, this was the point I was trying to make, is that money is what is traditionally known as a rainy day fund. The other capital funds that we have that have a balance in them of the remaining $7 million is in roads, capital funds for roads, capital funds for vehicles, capital funds for road projects.
Just, no, overall capital projects.
Yeah.
Anything that we want to build and construct.
So those aren't rainy day funds per se, they're earmarked for specific projects and.
They have no ceiling on. what
Correct,
you
and
can
there's no limit to the amount that you can put into those funds. That's why we have roughly $9 million, 2 million, well, no, it's close to 4 million of which is in this unrestricted general fund type reserve. But then the others are in these other funds to help us carry those over from year to year.
So help me on just the number, the bottom number. You're saying 35% of a given year's budget?
Revenues.
Of actual,
Revenues.
of actual revenues for
the
the general fund,
10 million, so anything in above 3.5 million.
roughly speaking, yeah.
Huh, we've never talked about this before.
We have in very vague terms, but I'm really trying to make this very much more transparent, much more open. So I prepared this sheet to kind of help understand, because Lyle, I thought of you when I did this sheet. You were-
Lots of numbers.
Hoping it speaks to your soul.
Thank you. Let's see if I can understand it when you do it.
So if you remember, when we started this whole process back in March or so, I told the council that we had about $9 million that we had, I estimated we would have available as of July 1st, 25.
9.2.
I've updated this. So of that 9 million, 2.16 million is about what we'll have available in Fund 40 or our capital projects fund. 1.3 is what's sitting in, is expected to be sitting in savings for the vehicles fund. Now that's before all of what we're talking about. Okay? $4 million is going to be sitting in transportation capacity. If you look at that, that's a little bit over 7 million. What is the other 2 million? I was estimating that we would have about $2 million available if the council wanted to appropriate out of the general fund that would keep us in that safe parameter between 5 and 35%. I don't like going all the way down to 5% because we would be cash poor.
Yeah.
We would be very cash poor because we have receivables for sales tax and stuff. So I target somewhere between 15 and the full 35%. So $2 million was something that I felt was very, very safe at the time for the council to appropriate. Now, in answer to your question, of that $2 million that I was estimating, that's going to put us over the limit that the state law allows,
The 10%
the 35%.
or 35?
35% of the
35%,
current year
yeah.
revenues.
In the rainy day fund.
So we need to, I'm expecting that we're gonna end somewhere right around 4.1, $4.3 million of fund balance in the general fund. We can only have 3.5. So I'm gonna, during the budget session, well, I'll ask it right now. I'm gonna ask the council to also amend the budget to move somewhere between $600,000 and $1 million over to one of these three funds. You can do all to one fund, you can split it out, I really don't care. I just need to move,
Moved later.
what's
Is that- can they move?
In between those three, they can. They can be moved any way you want to. I just need to have it out of the general fund so that we're in compliance with state law. I would recommend being closer to the $1 million, and then we clearly set it aside for capital projects. The general fund will be fine.
You're recommending
$1 million
Close to $1 million.
be moved. Now, I just want to be clear, all we're doing is sliding it from one pocket to the other. It's still part of that overall $9 million that we talked about.
And we haven't approved it to be spent. If, before we spend it, people have got to come back and ask, okay.
Exactly. All this is, it's just moving from one pocket to the other. It's not going out to anybody else. It's just moving from one pocket to the other. Now, I've also projected out for what I'm going to estimate what's going to happen for this next year. So I've got some money coming in, got some budget expenditures. You'll notice the 615, oh, stay where you're at, please. $615,000. If you look at that 615 and you pop back to the capital projects page and scroll up, you're going to see 615 coming out of the capital projects. So what you guys are saying, what we're requesting to use out of the capital projects, pop back over to the capital, I'm coming out of the budgeted expenses. So this accounts for, if the council adopts this plan, that would come out and that would leave that fund next year at this time when we're talking with an approximate $1.6 million balance. Same thing happens for vehicles. Now, I didn't budget any income for selling one. That would change this a little bit. But that one matches up too. And that would leave us with about a little bit over $1.3 million. Same thing's available for transportation capacity. It's the 1.507. The funds available. And you'll notice that next year, I'm estimating there'd be about $2.8 million, roughly speaking, available in the general fund. Now, if we take the $1 million, remember that's going to move it out of that number and move it up into one of the other ones. But it doesn't change the total. Next year at this time, we'd have about $8.4 million, talking about money available for general purposes.
Part of the 2.8 is going to move to one of the other three.
Yep, it's just going to slide from one pocket to the other.
Okay.
That bottom line of $8.4 million is what we're projecting the council would be talking about allocating next year for capital projects.
So I need to reiterate that. So we're 500 and we're actually 616,000 net positive this year on the operating budget. You're saying we're going to be at 2.5 million next year?
No, I'm just saying with what's available, we would have that same amount carrying over because our budget is going to carry about the same. I told you we could draw it down by about $1 million. I think we'll have right around. Will you just do one thing for me? With the general fund estimated balance, will you take and subtract $1 million out of there and just for argument's sake, put it in the capital projects fund? So take 1 million out of the 2.8. And then add 1 million to capital projects. Go up, go up, go up, go up, go up, up. And put it at the beginning. So over in the 7-1. No, go over to the 7-1. This column C.
2.16.
And just change that to 3.16. So if the council authorized $1 million to go to the capital projects fund, that's where we start out. We'd only have about a little bit over $1 million in general fund estimated, but that still is going to add up to your 9 million. Next year, we'd end up at 2.6. We would have about $1.8 million available, because all it is that rainy day fund that Bill was talking about earlier. It's that just in case fund if we needed something in the general fund.
Did that answer it?
And then
But
one
we
other
still only
thing,
have $8.4 million.
Well, it didn't answer what's gonna happen to next year's operating budget. But, I'm following the rainy day fund amounts, how they're getting switched around.
Well, and that's what I was gonna bring up is just, this year, it makes sense. What my bigger concerns are gonna be is getting our capital asset schedule for future that's gonna hit the operating budget in check. And the prioritization of how we decide how to do that, that's gonna be what hits us in the future.
Yeah, so you can't keep living on savings.
Correct.
You gotta be looking to the future.
Yep, and decide how we're gonna set aside funds. Exactly. Yeah, this is showing we're actually I'm projecting that we're gonna draw down from our 9.3 million down to 8.4. And that's about what we're gonna have available, because we're using our savings to build things, which is great. I mean, that's what it's designed for, but we can't keep going on like that forever without more sources of that transfer in column. That transfer in column is where the money's gonna come from for the future, for those future capital projects.
and I still believe that some of our department heads are gonna turn money back. They haven't spent everything in this year's budget yet, correct?
That's what you're anticipating the 1.8 is though,
And
right?
we do a
some of that.
reconciliation, and, we'll get all those final numbers once
Right.
that's done, and that'll get presented to you guys in a few months, but, and that will represent some carryover as well. So, but that's, again, why we want to keep this number not at the 35%, but a little below, so that there's some leeway to absorb some of that stuff.
Right.
So what I'm hoping is that you'll see that it's a much sunnier picture maybe than we were afraid of a couple of weeks ago or a month ago, when we had these numbers presented to us. It's why we go through this process. It's an iterative process, and we learn and we grow and we decide what our priorities are and where we want the funding to go. It's a lean year, so the capital projects that we're funding are proportionately small. And we understand that, and we're going to try to adjust to that. But I feel like this budget, as it's in front of you right now, gets us where we want to be. And then we can kind of discuss further if you have other thoughts or concerns.
My concerns are more in the operational budget side that we can get to later, because, and just making sure that our capital schedule in the future is able to be maintained, and not only are we preparing for the next treatment plant, we're setting aside everything that's needed for those now, and that's going to impact the operational budget, which is already doesn't have a lot of wiggle room, right? So
You're absolutely right.
That's what we've got to figure out this next year. When we've got a year to get that done, but we've got to be aggressive about that.
Yep.
So just finishing out this thought, if you'll scroll down. Now remember, that's all general revenues. Now, if we come into some of the specific ones, we talked about specific places like food pantry. We're projecting right now, just based off of what the budget looks like, next year at this time, they would have about 316. Recreation, this is one, it's sitting on about 400,000. If the council wanted to work with Zach on some sort of project, it might be wise to move some of that. There were some years where we just built up some excess funds. There were some variances, and so it built up some funds. We're trying to keep that as close to zero as possible now, but it's got a little bit of funds that could be used for something.
Reiterate that. So you're talking about the 400,000?
400,000.
And you want to keep that as close to,
We're trying to
for
keep.
impact fee purposes?
That's not impact fee, that's recreation fund, that's your program, that's the parks, that's running your youth soccer, your junior jazz.
It's on top of the 8.4, right? That 400 is set
It
aside.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it could be used for something that's been dedicated for recreation purposes. I know Zach has some ideas. If it goes for capital, I'd prefer that it got moved out into a capital fund rather than, I'm trying to keep that Fund 25 as much only operating as possible.
We could do that at the time he gives a proposal. We could vote to move it.
Yep, move it right over, and then you could budget for the expenditure out of that fund. Now, the impact fees
Okay,
of
okay,
parks,
okay.
we're sitting on about I'm estimating we're gonna be sitting on about $2 million, because the grant stuff, just, it's close to a wash with the transfer in from the RDA. So it's got enough money to do some sort of project there, especially if it's impact fee eligible.
So Parks is Main Street too, right?
That one's gonna be, we gotta go through, what you're gonna classify as park area and if it qualifies under the impact fee.
And these are all in excess of the 8.4.
This is all in addition to the 8.4, yes.
So why would you want to save 400,000? I mean, the park needs stuff, why would
We
you want to
didn't,
spend it?
yeah, we didn't really need to. Like I say, we can move it. It just built up a little bit over time. It's been building up for years and it just hit this point.
So what is that income? How is it building up?
So to a certain extent, we have an amount that we transfer over every year. It's set. We don't adjust that to match to where it's exactly equal. And so sometimes they'll have a little bit more revenue than they do expenses, and it just, it doesn't take too long of building up at $25,000, $30,000. And this fund's been in place for 10 years. It's just built up over those 10 years. Not fast, just slow. Fire EMS, I'm updated my projection. I think they'll actually finish the year about $200,000 fund balance available. Before I was thinking zero. I think they're gonna come out a little bit better. We're drawn down a little bit, so we're pulling it down to 173,000 that would be available for them for something. That starts saving up for an ambulance, stuff like that. Remember, they could pay for their stuff out of that fund.
So the food pantry budget that's excess, that could be reallocated?
That one
To
has a
capital
little bit, that one
projects?
has a little bit more challenge to it because a lot of those donations have come in to fund the food pantry. And
Sure.
so those donations would need to be used for something related to the food pantry.
Curtis, is that fire EMS fund after the write-offs we're gonna do?
Yes,
Okay.
yep.
Hey, Curtis.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna ask, how often do you take a look at that? Those excesses are building up. We should be subsidizing it less per year and not building up a fund on the back end.
Yeah, and if the council wants to direct me saying you only transfer up to this amount and make sure that it ends at a zero amount, if that's how you want to identify.
It would tighten the budget up, so we haven't got these monies hanging out everywhere.
Or it just changes our capital asset schedule decisions, because
It does.
if it's there, we can allocate 173 to fire.
And use that money somewhere else
The ambulance, yeah.
instead of taking it out of the general fund.
Yep.
And subsidize it and letting it grow
Correct.
within those funds. I'd say that each one needs to be looked at, see what a 3-year average is. Because really, this paints a picture that we're getting ahead, and you're not showing the subsidy on the side, how much we're going in the hole on each one of these things, because we're subsidizing it.
Yeah, and that's what the transfer is that's how much the subsidy really is that the general fund's paying into it.
And the subsidies were in excess in the past.
I just never adjusted it down so the fund came out to zero. That wasn't what the council had told me to do, and so I just transfer the full transfer. But if the council, as part of the thing, says to the recreation fund, only transfer enough to make it zero, up to this amount, I've got to have a cap. Because you don't want me to have absolute power, and I don't want that type of power. So transfer what it takes to make it zero. I'll transfer in less if they need less. So if the council, when you're adopting the budget, wants to say that, then we'll have it as a budget note.
I think so.
Other questions on these? Because those are awesome. If we scroll down to the business type, this is where water still is going to have about $3.4 million, not quite 3.5, that could be used for a future project.
But, and the water, that would include, that's where we'll be taking out for water shares, secondary water shares from the canal company.
Yep.
That funding comes out of,
Will come out of this as you need it in the future. So this would all be for fiscal year 27 projects and forward, based off of the current plan.
So we're taking 800,000 to finish up the secondary. Can't we use 800 out of that 3.4 million?
It's already coming out. See those budgeted capital expenditures for water? That 800.
Part of that?
That's already coming out of there.
1.9.
So this accounts for everything that we've asked for the fiscal year 26 budget. And you'd still have $3.4 million left over for some other project in addition.
the estimated additional available after operations is, can you just explain that one to me in just a little bit?
Sure.
Available, we have 3.5, then 1.9.
So what happens when you have a water fund, you set a rate, and so much of that rate has to be used for actual expenses. You're gonna pay for salaries, you're gonna pay for supplies, you're gonna pay for electricity, all the standard operating expenses. Then you have certain things, because we're doing this on business type accounting, I'm gonna have certain items that won't necessarily, they're not typically related to operations. So for example, impact fees. It's not really an operational item, it's an impact fee, and it's set aside for future capital projects that are identified in the impact fee plan. So I have to take that and say, what else besides, after I operate, what else would there be? And then I also have something wonderful called depreciation that nobody understands. I think half the accountants don't even understand it sometimes, but depreciation is
Arbitrary anyway.
there's some judgment to it. Depreciation is trying to recover the cost of the assets by charging the current users, but it's not a cash because I already spent and built the item. So it develops cash. So it's cash that's available to do things like replace a water line, to replace part of a well even, or do some major improvement to a well.
So what, when we take water shares from a developer and, that we
Exact them? Or
exact, that's the word I was trying to think of. We exact those water shares. Where is that, is it factored in there somewhere?
Not really.
Okay.
We don't really account for it in this type of budgeting process.
Okay. I just wondered if that's where that, part of that 1.9
No,
existed
it's
somewhere.
not part of that.
Okay.
So, no, this is more based off of how much cash we're going to be bringing in and how much cash is going to be flowing out before the capital budgets. And we always want to have something flowing in, because that's what provides for the future replacements, including items that we've already built. Because at some point, water lines will have to be replaced. Paul always claimed not in his lifetime. He was probably right. But it might be in Carl's. So we got to have some money there for line replacements.
That's where that depreciation comes in.
If you look at the treatment plant, we started out with 7.3 available. You'll notice that we're spending 7.2. Remember how I said we kind of matched that out? We came really, really, really close. But we're gonna start building up again. And so it's gonna have about $1 million. So when Carl says, hey, we're gonna need to do another project like this, that's what I'm looking at, is how are we gonna do that? Is our rate big enough, appropriately sized? Let me rephrase that. Is it appropriately sized to provide cash that's gonna be able to do some sort of improvement, replacement, whatever we need?
And sorry for my lack of knowledge, but I assume you two are working together to correlate those projections of growth with what Jeff, Cedal.
100%.
Okay.
Now,
Just-
on some
That's
level,
all being projected together.
yeah, and on some level, the new growth pays for itself in that the new customers would pay into this as well. So as it grows out, this fund expands accordingly. And that's what we would project and hope for as these new lines come in. We're depreciating them out, but we're also bringing in new
Paying
revenue
for the new
through
infrastructure.
customers. Yep.
I want to make a comment.
Better get up here.
Just want you to be aware of a concern that I have, and that's in particular with the storm drain funds. So when we set impact fees, it's the right amount. We've studied it. We did that legally. But we, like Bill said, we do a or Curtis or both, we do a project. We've already spent that money. We have to recover that money. That's what we're recovering with the impact fees. The problem is if we grow too fast, if we do too many projects, if we approve too much too fast, we can go into debt for certain things. And that is going to happen with storm drain after this fiscal year. We will be in debt because we won't have enough impact fees coming in quickly. There's not enough homes being built that fast to recover the amount of committed storm drain projects that we have coming. And so, do we know how, are we pretty comfortable with how that is going to work? Yeah, but in this case, and the city, I don't think has really operated in the negative on certain things in the past, but I just want you to be aware that for the storm drains, we have several $1 million of projects coming up, not this fiscal year, but starting in a year. And so we got to plan for that. And while we're talking about it, this is a good time to bring it up. And we got to.
Is this going to be the upsizing, or is this because
So
pay the cost of in their area?
That's what I thought.
So a developer pays for their portion,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, the upsizing.
but we have to upsize it. So we're upsizing everything. Yes. So that's for paying for the upsized portion.
I see.
And so we will recover that with impact fees, but if we approve too many developments too quickly for these storm drain example here, we will go into debt, probably about $4 million.
We're gonna fund them up front. Have to wait for the impact fees.
To come back in.
So I just
Then we
want you
have
to
to
be
do
aware
another
of
study
that.
on impact fees to get the impact fee
That's
raised
kind of
up.
where I'm at. I'm wondering,
We may need to
what
do
is the
this
impact fee? Do you know that just off the top of your head?
I don't.
Okay, well, that's,
I've got it on a sticky note right by my computer, but I'm sorry I didn't bring it.
I'm thinking for policy, we ought to be looking at that impact fee adjustment at least every 3 years.
Yeah.
Automatically, it shouldn't be something that, we ought to be thinking about that. We ought to
Yep.
have it on a schedule so that it's rolling around, that we're on top of that collecting for the growth.
Especially with growth like it
And-
is.
Yeah, it needs to be.
And it's not just the amount. I want to make that clear. It's not just the amount. I feel like the decisions that we made at the time based on those impact fees, they're okay. We will recover that amount. But if it takes 3 years to recover that amount based on the number of homes that build, and we're doing one of those projects, the same amount of projects year after year after year, we will get behind. And that's to the point that we're going to be at in a year from now.
Can I ask a question for constituents that I've heard ask? Are we giving too much to the developers by way of quote unquote incentive, right? Or should we be asking for more?
So I can answer that.
Yeah.
We don't incentivize any residential development anywhere in town. And there's a reason for that, and that is that residential development, although it brings in, let me, I've said that, now let me clarify something. We offer incentives in the way of density bonuses for developers who are in a PUD, and this was an ordinance that we passed 8 months ago, and we haven't seen it actually happen yet. But we can incentivize developers with density bonuses if they give us certain amenities over and above what's required in our code. So for example, if they give us additional open space, or if they give us trails, or a tot lot playground equipment kind of thing, if they give us any number of different, affordable housing, then the city can offer them. It's a tool to get what the city wants in exchange for what the developer wants, which is higher density. So we don't use, in the same way that an RDA uses cash to help incentivize through tax breaks and other incentives, we don't incentivize residential development in the city. The RDA does through those kinds of projects and that kind of funding for commercial and those kinds of developments, but not residential. And residential, the reason is that residential development is a net drain on the city's resources. So when Carl talks about the impacts of storm drain and of roads and other things, he's not talking about commercial development. He's talking about residential development and how
Residential, 100%.
it's a huge impact on our system. We have to have it. We have to have that growth because that's what drives the economic piece as well. They're joined at the hip, but it never pays for itself, and we don't want to incentivize things that don't pay for itself. If that makes sense.
And the reason why the storm drain one is particularly difficult is because there's no commodity attached to it. Like water, so water as a commodity, we charge for infrastructure, but we also charge for the water as commodity. We also do the same thing for the water that comes into the treatment plant because most of it's going through. It's a commodity again. Sewer, well, and the sewer is tied into that. But storm drain, it's unmetered. It's even if there's just no way to, or it's not fair to charge that as a commodity. And so it is strictly impact fee based. We just have to understand how the timetable of the decisions that we make, how those impact fees are going to, how long it's going to take those to come in. Because we will recover that money, but if we keep approving and we don't recover it quickly enough, then we will go into debt. And that's the only thing I'm trying to let you know.
When the last impact study was done for our area for the storm drain and
I
that?
think I don't know, but I've got it in the budget to update all these.
22?
So it's time. If the cycle that you want to look at is every 3 years, it's time.
It's in the budget to do it again.
No, you're spending $4 million. That needs to be added into the expense so that you can raise your impact fee up to collect it quicker.
And the economics on that 4 million, would it come from capital projects and then get paid back? Is that how that would work? How does that function?
This is where I was actually going to explain, to jump into this. Impact fees, historically, we've had cash balances adequate inside of those funds to pay to fund the project. For example, in storm drain, you'll see there's no impact fee funds because we spent all of them previously and drew that fund down. Okay, so it did a project and drew all of the impact fees, all of the fund balance that we had available, and it's already got a hole that we're trying to recover out of. Now, what Carl said is exactly true. There are commitments out there that Storm Drain has. And no, it does not have the cash. And part of that, I've been before the council for the last 3 to 4 years, talking about storm drain fees were too low. It's gonna impact us. It's impacting us. You'll see it's only generating $270,000 available. That's, it's just not enough. I mean, it can fix stuff, but it can't help build stuff.
And the way
So-
to fix that is to adjust and look at the impact fees again?
Well, it's, you gotta look at the rate. The rate is what's generating your ongoing cash. The impact fees help, but the impact fee on storm drain is actually pretty healthy. I mean, it's got all these projects identified in it. The cost estimates might be too low now, cause we're 3 years later, and we had inflation, which is the biggest hit. But the impact fees are being collected in there. It's just that we already spent them for a project.
So my understanding was you could not include them in the study until they had been paid for. So you're saying that we can take a look at futuristic situations and say it's gonna cost us 4 million and add that to the impact study?
And they have
That's not what I've been,
And they have been. Yeah, we've been collecting for projects in the future.
into the future, you can add those numbers, well, geez.
Yeah, but it's got a 6-year window to it. So to look from the point of the study forward 6 years, and that's what you're allowed to collect for and recover for.
Now is a good time to look at it too, because of the development that's happening to the south and west of town with both the inland port area and potentially looking at a regional detention pond down in that area. And, all of the other development that's anticipated down there. It's a good idea to have that in our back pocket so that when that takes place, we're ahead of the game there.
So maybe every 4 years is more realistic rather than 3?
3 to 4 is really right in line. And if you have some sort of inflationary period, you should do it right after that. Because if you have a period that's 5 or 6% inflation, it's gonna distort your numbers because they'll just get old fast. If you have
We're
something that
there.
impacts construction around here.
So the rate, what's the process for the rate and looking at that?
So it's a 2-part process.
Yeah, first is you identify the projects that you need in the system-wide, and their anticipated impact on growth, and it's based on a lot of different things, general plan, anticipated numbers per the general plan, as well as zoning of for however many units per acre, and the anticipated, I think it's 25% is the rule of thumb for lot coverage of impervious surface for storm drain. But anyway, you plug all that in, and it tells you, based on the projects that you anticipate and the growth that you're looking at, these are the projects that are required to handle that, and this is how much it's gonna cost. Then you say, okay, well then how much is a pro rata share based on, again, the numbers that you just anticipated? How much should each new building permit bring in with regard to the impacts on water, sewer, storm drain, roads, everything else? And then it's pretty cut and dry. And there's not a lot of wiggle room. These things are a science, and they're studied to death, and they have to be because developers push back on paying impact fees at all. So
So the reality of it is that the study has to be done by a financial institution, and the cost is usually 15 to 17,000 bucks, and so that's why you're hesitant to.
That's just the second piece. The first piece is usually done by an engineer to identify all the capital, and that's usually 20 to 25,000, and then the finance piece comes in, and they're somewhere 13.
But there's 2 levers to pull on that, right? The rate and the impact fee. Those are 2 separate levers?
They're 2 separate things. So the rate is how much we charge. So there is a storm drain fee that goes to everybody's bill, and it's designed to recover the costs of the system. But storm drain has been.
That's what you've been proposing to council that we look at?
We really need to look at that
Several
rate
years.
because it's just not high enough
Keeping up
to
with the-
generate. It's not generating the way the treatment plant is or the water fund is. So it's not generating enough cash to come up and fund some of these projects, even though they'll be repaid eventually. But it's not, if we had something go wrong in those systems, it's not generating enough cash to pay for any sort of repairs or anything like it. We're just falling behind.
I want to add something. The amount, I don't think that there's a problem with the amount. The problem is when we do, yeah, it's the timing. It's just a timing issue.
Okay, I'm gonna disagree 100%. Rate, you're behind on rate. It's not generating the cash that you need to do the projects.
I'm gonna,
So here's.
And then you got the impact fee problem too, because the timing of the projects is gonna hit, and they've gotta be paid for somehow. So you've got both issues going on.
The problem is, impact fees are always on a per residential unit basis. And so it depends 100% on how quickly people build. So we're approving faster than they can build. That's why we would go into debt. Not because there was a problem with the fee itself, and not because the money's not gonna come. It's gonna come, it's just a timing thing. And so, let me give you an example. So a builder does a 100-lot subdivision, but we do the impact fee plan and analysis, and we put in infrastructure for 400, because that's what we're gonna need for it to play into our system. We're bigger. So that depends on getting 400 homes built to pay that back, because that's what we paid for. So we get paid back, but if we're building 100 homes a year, it's gonna take 4 years to pay it back. And if every year we're approving these upgrades for 400 new homes, it's easy to see how we get behind quickly. And I've played with the numbers. We could double that impact fee. Is it low? Maybe, probably. But the problem is still a timing thing, because it's directly proportional to how quickly they build. And so we're approving all these ones, but they're not being built as fast as we're approving them, so we're not collecting those impact fees quick enough. Does that make sense?
Curtis, so let's go back to the fees for just a minute. We want to have growth pay for growth as much as possible, and that's what Carl's, the impact fees and everything. But are we maintaining, do the fees cover just the operational cost of the storm drain
So
system?
I want to make sure we're talking about, because what Carl said was true. I mean, you approve 100 home development, but the fee's designed to recover over 400 homes. You still have to put in that size of develop. So the project size, you can't scale it based off of the number of homes that you approve. So there is that. Now, when we talk about fee, there's the impact fee study to see if that's adequate, but then we have the fee that's charged per home. That's the one that is low.
Is that one regulated also?
No, that's something the council sets based off of what is needed for that fund to operate.
Is a recommended, I know we've done this and you did this, but do you have an idea where that fee ought to be?
And why aren't the revenues keeping up with the expenses? But what's causing that gap?
there's a couple of things that do that. First off, obviously inflation. Things are more expensive, and the impact fee rate tries to anticipate inflation when they bake those into these numbers, but they can't. And they're locked in. So if inflation goes one way or the other, the fees are what they are. And without doing another study, which is a good reason to do it again, every few years to update that, so it responds to that inflation. That's probably the biggest reason why we get behind. The other reason is because projects get identified as you're in the middle of doing it, and you realize, this needed to be done, and it wasn't included in the initial project. So you have to find a way to pay for that as well.
Now that explains for impact fees for the operational rate, the rate that everybody pays every single month. If that rate's not looked at and adjusted, it eventually just falls behind due to inflationary pressures over time, and you don't have that money coming in for that rate of return. So you don't have enough to replace the assets. It just wears away. And the bigger one, sewer, you can see it's not generating, 140,000, you can't even spit. And you dig up one portion of the street and all of a sudden you're through $140,000. That fund really has to be looked at to see what sort of rate adjustments. I'm not saying it's part of the budget here, but we really need to look at that and look at what that fee should be, because we're running behind on that one, and we have for years.
Yeah, we really need to sit down and figure out how often these things need to be looked at on a regular basis, because you've just been notified and don't know it, that we're behind on this. And so you'll get down the road years and we never address it because it doesn't get on the agenda. And so this will go down as another thing. They warned us that we were behind on the fees and nothing ever happened with it. If it doesn't get on the agenda, it never gets addressed. And so when you start talking about we're behind on this fund and that fund because we're not keeping up, that needs to stop. We need to be having some type of a methodology set up so that these things are being looked at on a regular basis, depending on what the fund is.
You're absolutely right.
And we've talked about this before and it's never happened.
Yeah.
It's good. We're gonna bypass this conversation and nothing will ever happen.
We're gonna work on that, and it's gonna be something that is not just, it's more automatic. It's not something that is
It ought to come up on the
discretionary.
agenda,
Yeah.
whether we need to look at it or not, it needs to come up.
Yep.
Could not agree more.
And decide, is it adequate or not adequate? And if it's adequate, then you move on till the next period.
And the correlative capital asset schedule for water is clear. The correlative capital asset schedule for treatment plant, so that we know what's coming,
Yeah.
right?
Unfortunately, there's
And then
nothing
those revenue levers that have to be pulled can be pulled
Yeah.
according to what's coming at us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So after we get done with budget, that storm drain impact needs to be on the agenda.
Okay. So hopefully that gives you a projection of what we're gonna be looking at. And yes, we can fund all of the capital projects that we presented to you in this budget. And we'll still have the fund balances that we discussed available.
Can I ask a follow-up question on our current funds that are in the bank? Do we have RTIF? Are we investing some of that? Okay. Because I saw that there was some revenue from that. and I
It's
was
gone
just
down. It was
What percentage
sizable
of our
last year. Not as
assets are
much.
allocated to
How much do
or
we have in
invested
our
in
RTIF right
RTIF?
Oh,
What-
okay.
We're talking about two different things.
Yeah, RTIF is a revenue source.
No, it's not RTIF. He's thinking
Are you talking?
ETIF, sorry.
PTIF. Okay.
PTIF, thank
So
you.
Public Treasurer's Investment Fund.
Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
Now we're on the same page.
I was, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
PTIF.
So, we do have money in the Public Treasurer's Investment Fund. Just so everybody remembers that is a fund run by the State Treasurer's Office. They take and they pool cash from all sorts of governments throughout the state of Utah. You set up an individual account, they pool it together, and then they go out and buy treasuries and everything that's in accordance with the money market, or the money management laws, because you can only have certain investments. So they follow all the money management laws. Right at this point in time, we have just over 34 million combined through all the funds invested in the PTIF.
Okay.
So it's, last I looked, it was earning 4.4-ish%.
Which is usually higher than the normal market. It's
It's
an advantage to the
good.
city to put that money in there as it's sitting around.
Without having to do a lot, paying a different investment advisor to actually run it. They don't charge a fee out.
And it's liquid.
If you put it in by 10 o'clock in the morning, it'll be here tomorrow.
Great. Okay. I
That's,
just want to make sure our money's working for us while it's sitting.
that's one of the advantages is because they're running it, they have liquidity built into their system while still generating that return.
Okay.
We couldn't even come close to that type of liquidity or rate of return. So yes, the money is working.
Okay. Any other questions?
Operational
we-
budget questions.
What's that?
Operational budget questions.
Okay, let's move on to the operational budgets then.
Start with your questions.
Ready?
Questions?
Building permits, I noticed the future year, the budget amount was 200,000. Why did we go down in that when current year actuals are at 445? Line 103220.
So we go through and building permits there's an average amount that we put in for what an average building permit is. It's also tied directly to all the impact fees that would be generated off of that building permit. So we put all those amounts in, and then we have to estimate out how many building permits do we think we'll issue in the next year. And so through looking at houses that have been approved, consultation with several people, that number is estimated.
Okay. Could be higher then again.
It very well could be higher if we issue more building permits than what we estimated, then yes, that number would come in higher.
And then correlatively, the next line with building permits would also be higher. Like last year, we doubled it almost
Yes.
in what we anticipated.
Yes.
Okay.
Lindsay has a spreadsheet that she's built up that,
I didn't build it up.
oh, Jeff.
That's one that Sean and Mark had. put
Oh,
together,
Sean and
Cynthia.
Mark.
The police staffing grant, I noticed that wasn't on here. We just didn't get it this time, or what?
It's been suspended via,
Doge.
yeah.
We got doged.
We're on appeal. It's looking promising. I'm hoping to get it back, but I can't guarantee anything.
That was 100 grand, right, chief?
I think it was like 250 total is
Oh.
where we're at. We've had it for a couple of years, so we've gotten a lot out of it.
Line 10-364-32, the develop contribution fee in lieu of 165. What was that, and where did it go?
Which line are you?
Go to page number 5 on the budget worksheet. It's under other income. 10-364-32 for 165,200. Where did that revenue go? What is that?
Facility now, don't.
It's the developer contribution fee in lieu. So that line, there are certain times when a development happens where there, as part of the development, the developer is required to put in certain improvements, but the city may not be ready to actually do all of those improvements or have the developer do them because they're tying into a bigger project, and so the developer will pay cash, and we hold it in lieu of them actually doing the development. We invest it. It's sitting there, but we don't recognize it as revenue at the time. It's deferred off until
Deferred revenue.
It's actually a liability, and so it's as a project happens, then we'll pull the development. We'll pull that money in to help pay for that development. We just don't have the plan for that right now at this point in time with any of the projects that are outlined.
Line 10-36601. there was an other revenue line item there for 57,000 in previous budget. And that's gone to 6. I was just curious what that was and if it was an anomaly or where that revenue went for the future. Do you know what that was? 10
36,
366 601.
Yeah.
You know what that 50,000 was? By chance?
Was it water shares?
No, this is money coming
No,
in.
this is money coming in.
I just want to pattern future success, and if we had revenue there, what can we do to recreate it?
Report on that.
I'm running it, yeah.
Okay.
Just a little slow on my laptop.
Yeah, no.
We can look into it. I just trying to make sure we don't miss anything for future.
Certain things that, there, this line is designed just to capture little things that happen here and there. It's not meant to be a place of a significant revenue stream. If it's a significant revenue stream, we pop it out.
It was just significant enough that if we can replicate it, let's do, right? Whatever it was.
At 20,
Well, the problem is, if we get money one time, at any time, that line stays there forever. And so that might have been last year. And it's a good question to ask, what is it? I don't know, but that happens a lot. That's why there's a lot of zeros on most of those.
Oh,
'Cause
that's
those
what I
are
need to
one-time
transfer
or
over.
short-time things.
So, sometimes what happens is, and what I'm seeing here is, every once in a while we have something, it gets coded into this account,
That's
indicating
fine.
that we need to identify it and move it out. So there's like a refund of fuel tax that we've got to move out of this one into another one.
Okay.
So we'll be moving, that was like $30,000 of that right back out.
Yeah, it was for
So-
28,000.
There'll be a lot of money that's getting reclassified into a more appropriate revenue account.
Also 10,40370. Other professional and technical under page 11 of the budget. We went from $600 up to 17,500. What?
For that salary survey,
Okay.
job descriptions.
Perfect. I thought that's what it might be. I just wanted to make sure that that's what that was. And then miscellaneous services, 8,500. Do we know what that one is? Couple lines down. Right there. Yeah, that one.
Let me look at one of my original budget worksheets. I don't remember off the
There's
top.
another one under election that says miscellaneous services. Is it correlated?
No,
Okay.
no, that's what we pay the county to run our election, which I think is on the agenda tonight to approve that contract, but.
Knowing we gotta have a primary. They're about 10
Yeah.
grand apiece, right?
Oh,
12? Yeah.
and last year, or 2 years ago. This year. Yeah, let me look into that. I'll get an answer to you. Off the top of, I've been looking at these numbers for 6 months and I,
No, I trust there's
I
good
don't
logic
remember
there. Just
exactly
trying to
what
be
that one was.
transparent. So that's awesome.
It's gotta be something that we're hiring specific for.
The other one I've been asked about a lot is the engineering, and just kind of what our logic is there around
What
engineering.
number is that?
Let's go to 10,52320.
yeah.
There's a $75,000 budget for engineering, and I know that's actually going down some, right? So just what is the logic of when we're using engineering and not, has been asked.
Contract engineer who reviews all site plans, everything with development charges, we pay it out of that.
So overall, for the overall engineering, it depends on the department. So for this one specifically in planning and zoning, That's what this one, this department is.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
So this
flat reviews.
engineering specifically will be going through and reviewing building permits because we don't have that skill anymore. We're now contracting that out. So it's a type of engineering service to evaluate all the building permit, everything that goes along with that.
This is also pays for Jones and Associates, right, Lindsay?
That is Jones and Associates.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Okay.
That's all.
Oh, sorry.
Where would Landmark fall?
Yeah, I guess he does.
Landmark would fall under planning services, right? Is there another?
470, it's other professional and technical. Also in 1052, 470.
Yeah, 370, 52,
Oh,
370.
370, sorry. Yeah, that one.
The other professional.
Okay, thank you.
And for other engineering that happens, that's when we're doing, using engineers to design plans for like road improvements or water lines, treatment plant improvements, things like that. There'll be engineers that we use for that. So we don't have an in-house engineer.
Okay.
So we contract that out because the firm will have much more expertise than one person could ever have.
Plus, we don't have other costs associated with paying for an engineer like benefits and those kinds of things. So, and between what Jones's does for us and what Landmark does for us, it represents a very significant savings actually to the city as far as what they bring to the table. Sam's services and Chris and their teams are just, they do great work for us, and it's a very efficient way to get what we need from those services. So,
Sorry if I'm asking a lot of questions. They're not all my questions.
Please do.
They're part mine and part constituents, so.
great.
Supplies and maintenance on the police department. I noticed that one,
You have a number on that?
10,54250. This one's actually the opposite, where we budgeted for 50,000, but last year 86 was spent. So I just want to make sure that we're budgeting enough for what's reality, right? So if we're spending more money, let's pad the budget to the right amount or adjust. But 30,000 is a pretty big difference in what was budgeted.
That was an engine, wasn't it, going out in the?
So we had an engine, car engine go out earlier in the year. We notified Bill.
Come up to the mic.
Yeah, so at the end of, or the beginning of the budget year, I believe we had a car engine go out. It was 15 grand. This isn't the body cams where the grant's paying it back and you're gonna do the amendment, is it?
No, you took those out of equipment, didn't you?
Because I remember that one went over when we put it on there. But I'd have to look at her. But that should be our vehicle maintenance. We've had a lot of repairs on our fleet, so. But yeah, it was 15,000 for one motor, and then I'd have to go through and look at the list to see what the rest of it was, so.
Okay.
New vehicles will help keep that down.
Yeah, we've got another truck in right now. It's gonna be about 2 grand, so.
So that budget's okay then, like it is?
You know-
We're not gonna,
Yeah, we may have to amend some of these line items, and we'll do that when it comes to reconciliation. There will be some savings in some that they didn't use as much, and then we'll just rob Peter to pay Paul a little bit. It's that reconciliation process is lengthy, but you guys won't see that. That's mostly, we'll figure that all out and just present it to you when it's done.
I have about 5 more if
Yeah, keep
if you
going.
want 'em. I'm
Absolutely,
sorry.
keep
I
going.
salaries on senior programming. So 1063100. We're increasing that by about 80,000. Is that?
So Jenny has requested 2 part-time receptionists to help at the senior center, a morning one and an afternoon one. So that would be the increase to this budget. You'll notice benefits didn't go up because it's part-time,
Yep.
not benefited, but
And she needs it. They're busy up there.
yeah, especially right now, they're shorthanded. So she actually called me yesterday and asked if I wanted to go deliver meals if I had time, because they
Oh.
were shorthanded. She found someone. But
By doing 2 part-times instead of 1 full-time, again, we save benefits costs on that, so instead of having one full-time.
Then correlatively, we're also adding a little bit on the home delivered meals, right? That's going.
Yeah,
up.
the way they split theirs up, their hours, because each cook cooks for 2 hours a day for congregate meal and 3 hours a day for home delivered meal.
Okay.
So they've kind of split the way they're calculating that, their hours.
And Bill, you mentioned that we have started talking with other municipalities about.
I can, we sent out the bills to the participating municipalities that, Elwood, Garland, the county, Bear River City, Fielding, those are the ones
Plymouth, Howell.
Howell, and probably Plymouth. And so we sent it, we did not send out the bills last year. And so there's 2 years worth of bills that they're sending out. The county's very good at responding. Bear River City's very good. Some of the other communities are having a hard time.
Were we able to find out the number of constituents that live where that are being served?
Yeah, they've got all that down to the person.
What percentage is in Tremonton? Do we know?
Well,
I remember it was
we're about half of
55%.
everything. We're about half of everything. So Garland is next in line. Garland or the county are next in line, and then Deweyville, Elwood, Bear River City.
And how much is our current grant
Your brag.
for that program?
Well, it comes in different forms. We were talking about that today. I think I will have to look at that. I don't want to, without really looking into it. But there's different accounts that it comes from, and I know one of them's like 60,000, and then, but I can't remember on the others.
Really good questions, by the way.
So,
That's gonna be a hard deal, Bo, I ain't kidding you. We
I know.
dealt with that a couple of years ago. We begged the cities to pay, got a couple to pay, and the big ones didn't. And when you're gonna tell somebody's grandma that they're not gonna get dinner,
I'm not proposing that. Yep.
right, but that's,
That's the
Well, we
emotional
just
thing
need
we
to
bump up
keep-
against.
But even 20 miles away, 20 miles, 2 different ways to take the cars and all that. I mean, that's a big.
It's a big, it's
we are
just,
subsidizing.
But I do think
everybody.
it's important that we communicate very clearly that to all the constituents from other municipalities, we
have.
are paying 50%, and you
Well,
know,
we're
Tremont is
subsidizing
subsidizing all of
subsidizing
your
their-
citizens.
Our citizens are
Therefore,
subsidizing their citizens.
We have,
here's a fund that you can donate to so that we can bridge the gap.
and they just don't pay it.
That's what's bad about the rotation that happens between these seats, because you don't know the history behind it. And then, so you're coming into it brand new and got brand new ideas that why didn't we just go ask them to pay? We've went out in person to their
City council
city
meetings.
councils and we begged them and explained that we're subsidizing. And it's not fair to Tremonton citizens that we subsidize their people that live up in those areas. I think that this really needs to be analyzed deeply, because I understand Brigham's already pulled out of it. Is that
No,
correct?
I thought they had, but
we talked to them earlier today, in fact, and they're still doing it.
We've sat down with Brigham, Tremonton, and Bragg. We've went through the whole, in the last 4 years. I mean, you still got Garland. They owe around 51,000 this year. They won't pay us a
55.
dime. What's that? 55,000.
for 2 years.
Why will they not pay?
No, that's just 1 year.
They won't.
Because
Their city council is against.
They don't have it in their budget is what the excuse is. Same with Deweyville, same with, it's.
And this is the
cut it off.
tricky thing that constituents have told me, hey, what I'm concerned about is the government is stepping into nonprofit charity organizational decisions, right?
It's not
Now, I'm the
charity.
first one that will give the shirt off my back. I'm not proposing that we cut meals, right? But we do need to, I don't know
Well,
what it is. It's got to be
They
addressed.
just need to do their part.
That's all we've asked them. We've asked polite, we've But then even when you tell them that, that's the only thing we can do is quit serving people in your community because you don't pay.
We went down the road.
Yeah.
We're to a point where we have to decide whether we're just gonna continue doing this and with our heads in the sand, or if we're gonna fix it.
Yeah.
We're there. I mean, so I'm leaving the picture, and you guys are now coming in with brand-new ideas on a problem that's
I
been there
went to-
forever.
I went to a bunch of them meetings with them cities and they'll, just like us sit out there, come up here and talk and they all listened. But I think we got money from 3 or 4,
Bear River City,
the littler communities, it was $500 or something. It's,
no, yeah, it's a little more than that with some of the, like Bear River City's a little more than that.
Yeah.
quite a bit more than that.
but,
County's a lot.
yeah, we've knuckled that one to death.
Roughly speaking, between all.
My passion comes from you, by the way. That's where I'm getting it.
I'm serious. We are not doing a service to our citizens by allowing this to keep happening. And it is not charity when I take and I tax somebody and give their money away to that's not charity. That's called socialism. Okay? If I give my money and want to give it to somebody, now that's charity. So this is just plain wrong. It's just wrong.
The amount that we're looking at, roughly speaking, just round numbers, is about $100,000. That's
A year.
a year that
That we're
is struggling
subsidizing.
to be collected, and yeah, that's what's on the table, but that's through a lot of different cities. I mean,
So you're looking at the operating side of it when you use the 100,000. I've done my own analysis on this, and we're losing 100 grand, just over 100 grand on the operating side, but you're not including the capital it takes to buy a car, to pay for the person to go and develop, or to take the mill out. Now, I don't know how much we're really losing. This has been a request for years, and we don't get it. We don't get the analysis.
Do you think collective citizens would be willing with the right campaign to help feed our hungry?
It should be.
If we package it up properly and tell the citizens of Thatcher that we're subsidizing it, there's $100,000 deficit, we need your
Okay,
help.
so the county takes, Thatcher is,
He's just using the
County's
town
okay.
as,
We're serving people in Thatcher, are we
and
not?
and the county's.
county does, they're not an incorporated city.
It's the incorporated cities like.
Understood, okay.
if you,
Okay.
Garland
I mean,
and.
Elwood is almost $9,000.
So replace the statement I just said, but with Elwood.
Okay,
Only Elwood.
So Elwood.
well, there's several communities.
Or whichever one it is.
Mayor,
What'll
that might
happen
sound
is if
like a
you cut it
broken
off-
record, but we need a break before we start.
Okay,
Then we're gonna hear from them.
Times,
lost track of time here. so-
I don't lose track
Do
of time.
you-
It'll take 1 year.
Do you have any other questions for Curtis before we break for?
I still have questions on the operating budget. I haven't even started, sorry.
I'm excited. This is fun.
Why don't we take a little break and then we'll come back
We'll
and
have to come back to it somewhere along the way.
questions.
Talk about the elephant in the room, that's the weight.
We'd like to thank everybody for coming out this evening. We've got a lot to cover and a lot of good things to cover, and so, but we're really grateful. We're grateful that you're here with us this evening. We're grateful for the Youth City Council and for them coming, and we're going to swear
Get
them.
them guys out there to, a
Oh,
little bit of order out in the hallway.
yeah, if we could have a little order out in the hallway, please, so we can get started here. We have to leave the door open, and I know everybody's excited to see everybody, and there's lots to talk about, but we need to get the meeting started. I appreciate that very much. All right, we'll go ahead and begin with our opening prayer. We asked Manager Colbabe if he would offer the prayer, and then our Assistant Manager, Lindsay Nesson, if she'll lead us in the pledge.
Our righteous Father in heaven, we are grateful to be met here this evening. We are very grateful to live and work and serve in this community. And we're grateful, Heavenly Father, for the freedoms that we enjoy, for the blessing it is to be a part of a great country and a place that is one of respect and freedom. And we are grateful for those who serve us. We are grateful for those who give of themselves so that we can enjoy these freedoms and these blessings. We are grateful, Father, for the opportunity that we have to be together, and we ask you that thou wouldst bless us as we discuss and carry on the work of the city, that thy Spirit will attend us, that we will have wisdom, that we will have strength to make good decisions, and that we will have compassion for one another. We pray that those who are sacrificing and serving us in any capacity, especially those who are defending our freedoms and our blessings and our liberty, that they will be protected, that they will be guided, and that they will be brought home safely. Father, please watch over and protect us in all things and bless us with thy Spirit. We pray in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we have several people here that are here maybe for the first time, and so I'm just going to go around and introduce our council so that you know who we are up here. Over here to my left, I've got our city manager, Bill Colbabe, and then Bo Lewis, our council member, Bo Lewis, Blair Westergaard, Lyle Vance, myself, Lyle Holmgren, Brett Rohde, who is tuning in via Zoom, and then Wes Eastep, and we have Cynthia Nelson, who is our recorder, and Lindsay Nesson, our assistant city manager, Carl Mackley, our public works, Curtis Roberts, our financial guru, helping us through all of this, our budget and everything. And let's see, I saw, we've got our Dustin Cordova and, oh my hell.
Yes.
Jeff, Jarrow, you could probably have asked me my name right then and there, and I probably wouldn't have been able to. I apologize. I really honestly do. My mind just slipped one. And I think I got everybody, didn't I? Okay. All right. Council, declaration of conflicts of interest. Are there any conflicts with the agenda that we have before us tonight?
No.
Hearing none, we'll move on. Approval of the agenda.
I make a motion that we approve the agenda as written.
Second it.
Okay. I've got a motion to approve the agenda by Lyle Vance, seconded by Wes Eastep. Let's see, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Approval of the minutes for June 3rd, 2025. Council, are there any questions with the minutes?
Make a motion that we approve the minutes.
Approval of the minutes by, are you going to second it? Blair? Approval of the minutes by Bo and seconded by Blair. All in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Thank you. Okay, here we've been looking forward to this. We have our youth city council. We're going to swear them in for the 2025 to 2026 year. I just want to give a little plug to the youth city council. I've had an opportunity to work with them on several occasions, and they've volunteered their time to help with different service projects and everything. We have a great service. We have a great youth city council and great leaders that help them out and give them opportunities for leadership. We appreciate that very much. With that, we'll have the youth city council come up, and Cynthia will swear you in.
Done there. When they're done, you know, they'll introduce themselves.
Can I help you?
What's your name, the advisor?
Addie, Taya, you guys haven't signed yours?
Okay.
Peyton is here. Andrew, do you want to, there's two in there. Taggart isn't here. No, I don't see Bridget.
You can sign.
Landon isn't here. Avery.
Go ahead and sign 2 of them. Will you come sign me?
Jaden. Macy.
Thank you.
They spelled my name right.
Yay. I love it. Bryn. Did you get Bryn?
Brody.
I don't know where you're at.
Okay. Yeah.
Bryn's is yours. Perfect.
We'll get yours. Well, right? Line up.
There you go. Thank you.
Hey, did you kids read that fine print on there real well?
Okay.
It says I will do everything my mother says.
Yes. Okay. You guys will raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and that I will discharge the duties
and that I will discharge the duties
of my office with fidelity.
of my office with fidelity.
Perfect. And stay here, they want to get a picture, so.
And also, after you get the pictures, we wonder if each of you can go through and just sort of say your name so we know who you are. And Jaden, when Jaden, you'll announce that you're the new youth city council mayor. Okay.
Get closer.
And we appreciate Caroline Borges as and Andrea Miller are their adult leaders, and we appreciate them very much.
Does your parents want pictures?
Okay, everyone's will share one copy bring out with us, and then the other copy give to us instead.
Yes, so Kimber, yours
Did you
is
guys stand
done.
up for a
I'll
picture?
sign yours.
No, we didn't stand up. You want us to stand up? Okay.
And are we doing another picture? We're gonna do one more picture after
Thank
you.
you. One more picture?
Mom, I thought I had my other arm in front, but my arm is.
Thank you. Let's go back in and take one more. Avery. Where's Avery? Avery.
Okay, we're gonna do one more picture, slide in.
Macy.
Again, thank you, everybody. We appreciate your doing this, and we look forward to a whole year of great things from you. So,
Do their names.
oh, yeah. Why don't we have you just, as you're walking out, here, I'll turn this around, and why don't you announce your names and we'll go from there.
I'm Jace Burgess.
I'm Brendan Rowley.
I'm Bryn Troop.
I'm Kimber House.
I'm Avery Kimber. I'm Macy Mello. I'm Gracie Nelson. I'm Addie Cable. I'm Taya Burgess.
I'm Jaden Mello, and I'm the mayor of the YCC.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, you guys. All right, public comments. This is your opportunity to address the city council regarding your concerns, their ideas that are relevant to municipal business. We're asking you to keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. The time is now yours.
My name is Christine Epling, and I want to thank the council for your willingness to listen and engage with the residents. I'm here to follow up on a key topic raised at the last meeting, the importance of having a shared plan to guide Tremont's growth. That idea resonated deeply with me. Since that meeting, I have reviewed the Tremont Integrated Land Use Plan in its depth. It is an excellent foundation, one that reflects a thoughtful and balanced approach to growth while preserving the small-town character our residents value. I want to emphasize the importance of plan-based growth over market-driven growth. Healthy cities don't just happen, they are shaped through intentional planning. Plan-based growth ensures development aligns with our infrastructure, public safety, and long-term vision. In contrast, market growth can result in overcrowded neighborhood, overburdened systems, and the permanent loss of community identity. As a resident, I want to be part of the solution. Like any household or business, a city that grows with a clear plan is more likely to thrive than one reaching short-term trends. I trust that Tremont can be a model of intentional growth and community-centered growth. Thank you for your time and your commitment to our community. Thanks.
Thank you, Christine.
My name is Robert Epling. I just noticed on your agenda that you're discussing tax rates today. And then in our last city council meeting, there was talk of giving the city employees raises, which I'm not 100% against, but I just would like the city council to know, if you don't already, that most of the people in the area are not getting raises. And yet, so for myself, I'm a sales rep. I travel to, 150 different offices, talk to hundreds of different people, and those people in their offices not getting raises because of the expenses, how much things are now. My income dropped 15% over the last 2 years, but my expenses have gone up over 30%. So keep in mind that for those of us who are paying the bills, paying the city, paying the employees, we're not getting increases in our pay. So just watch that with raising our taxes or our fees. I know with our water, secondary water, we were paying $70 when we first moved into our house, and then they put in the green boxes or purple boxes, and we went up to as much as $450 a month, and we're settling around 200 and something, about $230 every month for all of our stuff going to the city. So lots of expenses going up. Just keep that in mind, if you would. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, I'll close the public hearing, our public comment period. Now we're going to move on to our public hearing. We have two public hearings, and so we'll have to do each one of them independently. First public hearing is to consider adopting the final budget entitled the Tremonton City Annual Implementation Budget 2025 to 2026, the general fund, capital funds, enterprise funds, and special funds for the period commencing July 1, 2025 and ending June 30, 2026. The public hearing for the, item number A is now open. Okay, hearing no comments on the public hearing Part A, we'll move on to public hearing Part B. Public hearing to consider amending the budget entitled the Tremonton City Annual Implementation Budget 2024 to 2025. Okay, this is the year we're currently in. General fund, capital funds, enterprise funds, and special funds for the period commencing July 1, 2024 and ending June 30, 2025. Public hearing is now open. Hearing no, oh, okay.
He's doing his good duty and about fell down doing it.
Hearing no comments for the public hearing, we'll move on to our new council business. So the public hearing on item number B is now closed. 9A, new council business, discussion and consideration of adopting resolution number 25-29, approving the final budget entitled the Tremonton City Annual Implementation Budget 2025 to 2026, capital funds, general fund, capital funds, enterprise fund, special funds for the period commencing July 1, 2025 and ending June 30, 2026. And Curtis, can you fill us in and also fill in the folks here on what we're doing, on what, we know what we're doing, we're just needing you to give us, answer any questions we might have.
Absolutely. So this is kind of the culmination of basically 4 months worth of work, and you guys have been incredibly patient through all of this. We've had lots of discussion, and I just want to express my thanks to the council for the questions. I know at times we've been back and forth, and I think it's been fantastic dialogue. So many of these items have been discussed and gone through. As you know, we have presented a balanced budget to the city. There are funds adequate to pay for all of the expenses being proposed. We just finished our discussion on capital projects. There's money for all of those capital projects. So I think overall it's been a solid process. We've learned a lot together, and I just want to say thank you. And I know there's some more lingering questions. Let's dive into those.
Are you done?
I have one last one. But you can go first.
Whichever.
Go for it.
Oh, I want Bo done.
Good luck. As it relates to capital asset schedules, I just want to hound that again. The importance as this year goes on, that we're not waiting and having discussions at the start of the year, but we start that project now.
Yeah.
And so that our capital asset allocation schedule is very clear and correlated like you had today. Are there any capital asset items that did not get included in the budget that you're thinking we really should have? I wish
You mean capital projects?
capital asset purchases that
Oh, I see.
needed to have been included that you didn't because you were afraid of council
No, and
or the public.
we're not that afraid of council. We are afraid of the council. We give you the due respect and what you deserve. Like my daughter says, when I say I don't get any respect, she says, "Well, you get what you deserve, right?"
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, sweetheart. No, what this does reflect the desires of the department heads, and we feel comfortable with where the budget is right now. We've met with each of the department heads, and this represents their recommendations.
There are no, we're not going to leave our citizens hanging in any way with
No,
things that should have been with those assets as proposed.
we're very confident in that.
That's my only question, Lyle.
Okay, so I'm going back to the operating budget. The operating budget is what Tremont City works on an annual basis. And we try to get down through all the operating expenses so that we can come up to a net excess amount at the end of that budget. And that amount of money is what we usually fund our capital projects. So we improve our streets, we improve parks and all that kind of stuff. So this year, we're really, really skinny, and it's made us all nervous. So with the most recent budget overview, the consolidated budget I'm looking at it, bottom line is, we actually ended up at 616,000 net excess this year, right? So normally, we're at 2.5 million that we need to be able to fund and grow Tremont and where we need to grow it. And so monies have been
2.1.
2 point,
Because that 2.5, that was the fire that it was overstated.
and that's where I want to start. I have a three-phase question. So the first one is the fire department. We had to fund them this year, out of this year's budget, $600,000. Is that going to have to happen next year too? Is that their wages and that type of stuff that now are part of our operating expense?
So just so I can clarify on that one, last year's budget was almost $360,000, but that excluded an amount that had been approved that was funded out of savings, and we've discussed that at length. It was 400-ish plus $1,000. So the ongoing need for the fire department this year is just over $1 million. It's almost $1,007,000. That amount will be needed every year and could need to be increased depending on what happens with inflationary pressures
And growth in the city.
and growth.
That's not padded by the 400,000, the million?
So I want to make sure that
I'm off too.
City
then.
Council is aware of the position that we're in and what we're approving. So with this ongoing $1,006,000 to keep the fire department going the way we're set up now, that means that now it's permanent. And so that has cut into our operating budget on what we usually used to fund our capital improvements and that type of stuff. And also, the police department has went up. And so I guess the elephant in the room on this deal is somehow or another, we need to figure out how to increase that net excess at the end of our budget so that we can keep improving Tremont. And that's the hard line right there. We're on that hard line. We haven't talked about it tonight, interestingly enough. So in this budget request, I think there's been hard lines drawn all the way down through the expenses. I don't know where we can cut, really, when it comes down to it, except for we've talked about the Meals on Wheels and that type of stuff. That needs to be analyzed. But we have talked about this in salaries. This needs to be discussed publicly. So we've done step-ups, and I'm not sure we approved it, but apparently we have step-ups within the fire department, the police department. I'm gonna become a hated person here. I realize what I'm doing. And on top of that, we're talking about a 3% COLA and a 3% increase in their salaries. And in previous meetings, we've asked, how much is that costing us? And we've never got a number. I still don't know, what is that costing us? The step-ups and the COLA and the 6%?
Yeah, do we have those broke out separately? He was looking for a total number across the board. Do you have any sort of-
And Lyle, I can speak to the police department, and we have some possible solutions to help with this year on that capital fund. Just let me know when you guys are ready.
Okay. I mean, this might take some time to do it. And, you know, Chief, you took us through all, I mean, this is like, I swear it was a year ago discussions. Has it been that long ago?
Yeah, back in December, I actually have a handout for you guys. We started this talk last year in December, and I just want to clarify a couple things, because I think there's a lot of misunderstandings. And for the record, I don't fault you for asking the questions. That's your guys' responsibility. I just want to be a part of that team and be able to provide clarity to the council as you guys are struggling to put the whole picture together. And I can only speak to my department, but I'm happy to do that. Can you hand that over, Bill?
Yeah.
So I did a quick, well, not quick, took me a couple days, but analysis of our costs, our savings, and our police services. And what I found was pretty interesting, and you guys can keep your copies. But at the end of the day, it's right with what Lyle Vance is talking about. We have a revenue issue. But I also broke that out as far as like the police department and the actual cost to the city. So if you look at the first graph here, this is just per capita general fund divided by our population. And we put on some metrics. I didn't come up with all these cities. Some of them I don't think are apples to apples. But what you'll see is on the right, this is, if the population was paying for that general fund, that's about the numbers it would look like. And we're ranked on the very bottom. So we're actually that's what our underlying issue, it's a revenue issue of what we're bringing in, right? On the next page, you're going to see our cost, and this is our police budget per capita, and then it's a comparison to those same agencies. We have Smithfield, we have Tremont and Garland, Grantsville, Brigham, and for Tremont and Garland, they do contribute to that fund. We do have a cohesive relationship, so we just added those numbers together, and we're right in line. We're actually number 2, so we're doing a good job in that regard. So we're not really overspending. And the picture I'm trying to paint for the council is that overall, we are very affordable as a police department. And for what you get per officer, we have a screaming deal. And I'll show you that on another graph. On the next page, on page 4, this is an area that some people were concerned about, and that's the police budget as a percent of our general fund. And again, we're right where we need to be. Nationally, it's anywhere from 16 to 42%. We're right about 32.51 when you combine the cities. Just for fun, I broke them apart, and you can see Garland and Tremont. Garland's actually even cheaper. We're kind of throwing off their percentage by the combined thing. But that comes up later where it actually saves us quite a bit of money per officer. If you look at our police staffing levels, we're really healthy now that the council had voted in to increase our staffing. We were really short-staffed before. We've come a long way. And we're actually number 2 on this list. We're just behind Brigham when you consider the officers per 1,000. That's a healthy place for us. I'm confident in it now. And when we talk about these pay raises, it's more of a wage adjustment. My job is to bring you that information to make sure we're competitive in the county. We're not trying to compete with Salt Lake. We'd get destroyed. We're just trying to stay competitive. Really, our biggest competitors are Brigham and Box Elder County, and we're behind on both of those. And we talked about that in December, and I brought it up a couple times since then. And I know you guys are struggling because you're trying to make a bunch of different decisions, but that has been discussed in length. Last council meeting, we talked about the 6% across the board, but the pay scale for our department was voted in and approved by council last year. After I showed you the numbers, I presented all the data, and we felt that was the best thing. And that's kind of the going standard in law enforcement today. Most of our competitive agencies, in fact, all of them, have that in place. And what that does is it allows us to retain good employees. They come online, they know where they're going to start, they know if they get educated, this is where they're going to be. It paints a career path, and we save a ton in retention. Because when we lose an officer, and I've said this a million times, it's 150 grand out the gate that we lost, and then we have to train them for 2 years, pay them through that entirety. And then if we don't pay competitively, we lose them, and then another city saves that much money. We don't want that. The other thing is cost per comparison per officer. Now, this is the best, in my opinion. If you look at this, basically, we took the police budget and we divided by the number of officers you are getting for your budget. And then we break that up to cost to the city per officer. We're 149,000. Now, if you look at the others, including smaller agencies like Smithfield, who only have 13 officers, we're by far the lowest. We're getting the most bang for the buck when it comes to the level of service we can provide our community. And a lot of that is because we have a cohesive relationship with Garland. The next page shows Brigham. They're paying nearly double at 274,000 per officer. One of the comparables was Smithfield. We tried to reach out to kind of see how they're doing it. We talked to a sergeant over there, but basically they're just really short-staffed. That's why their budget bottom dollar is so much lower. They are the lowest staffed by officers, 0.84 per thousand, which I don't think is safe. They only have one sergeant, which is lack of supervision and leadership. They have one chief, and they have one detective serving their 15,000 population, which is not great, in my opinion. I think it's dangerous. The other thing to keep in mind is the sergeant was telling us that they have about 1,000 new developments coming online.
New homes?
Yeah, new homes, residential developments. In my opinion, this is us, because if you compare this to us 3 years ago, that's exactly where we were when we decided to increase our staffing to keep our community safe. We're way behind the ball, or they're way behind the ball. This is a bill that I think is coming due. And that's why I don't feel like it's a fair comparison, but I thought I would address it. There's some suggestions here from the council, and this is what I was talking about, Lyle. A lot of these we're already doing. We're already sharing our services to optimize our budget. Some of this isn't applicable. Civilians can't be substituted for police officers. Grant funding, we're doing great in grants. I think since I've come on, we brought in about $1 million. And then as far as the deferred vehicle purchases, if we were to push that down the road to help our budget this year, we're okay with that. At the end of the day, my goal is to retain the great people that we have in our city. And if that means that we got to push something offline for a while and recalibrate for next year, we're willing to do that. But it's reckless to lose good employees. They can't be replaced, and it costs us twice as much to get them back. And I wouldn't be doing my job if I wasn't advising against that. And really what we're asking for is what was talked about last time. It would be the 6% across the board, but we really need to honor the approved pay scale from last year, which is the pay scale. I mean, the council went through the data, we went through the numbers, that's where we are. All I'm asking for is that we do what we're gonna do across the board that you guys came up with, and we just keep our scale in place.
Did you, Lindsay and Curtis, were you able to figure out what that cost is for Lyle's question?
The 6%, it's based, the base is $5.3 million that we have in salaries, so 5.32 million. So the 6% cost, the cost is $324,000.
Okay, and that's for the police.
That's for the whole city.
That's for the whole city, including employees and everybody.
So the step raise is already in place?
Yes, sir. You guys,
Have been?
you actually weren't here for that, but yeah, that was voted on last year.
Just try to get me.
Yeah.
So the 6% is already been figured, in that figure was on this, with the step raises.
No, that was a step scale to put us competitive. In the meantime, over the course of the last year, both Box Elder County and Brigham have increased their wages. We're trying to play catch-up, so in the grand scheme of things, it's not really a raise. What it is a good faith effort to try to get caught up over a period of time. So that 3% helps us get there. If we follow our old step scale, we're behind the ball. And then we got COLA, we got to adapt to that. 3% on top of that would help me get these guys closer to being competitive, and then we can reassess for next year how we can increase revenue or whatever we got to do to meet that need.
So my question is, if we're just doing this 6%, it's on a salary that they're getting right now. So if the step raises go in, does it increase?
I believe they budgeted for that step increase last year, so we would just be going with what was already approved. But maybe you understand the question better than I do, Lindsay.
I think Blair's saying, are they gonna get a step raise and then 6% on top of that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it'd work, if they qualify. Now, with that said.
That's not everybody, right?
Correct.
Not at once, but not everybody, even every fireman or every officer.
Yeah, there's a criteria to be met. So if they met that, they're in good standing, they have good performance qualifications or what's the word I'm looking for? Evaluations, then they'll qualify for that. If not, and there's major discipline, they wouldn't qualify.
And I want to clarify the mindset too of conversations we've had in the past, just in case anybody's like catching up to where, what we're talking about. 3% is COLA, 3% is market adjustment. We've been very clear about the difference between those two. So as we're looking forward, 3% COLA is considered every year based off of inflation data.
Right.
Right? So
That's not going to happen every
6% is not a future state. That is today getting caught up to market value.
That's right.
Okay.
For every employee.
But I want to make sure we're clear that they're different.
What that does is now you just lock that fee in, that salary in, and it's got to come out of operating budget, which knocks it down to 500,000. And that's the position that we're in. And I'm still wondering what the step up cost us, because we've got not only in the police department, but there's some positions in the city that we've done step ups or whatever you want to call it. Promotions and that type of stuff. I mean, one, it seemed like they were getting 20 more bucks an hour. I just question some of this stuff, if they're really going to be doing that much more for the city. And so I still go back, I don't know how much the step scale is costing us. Is it $1 million? I'm trying to define where our $2.5 million got cut down to $500,000. Where did that $2 million disappear to? And, if we don't get on top of it now, we've just closed the door by approving the budget and the salary increases, because we are going to be the position we're going to be in. And it's not a good position for the city. Right. So we're not
And if I
going to answer.
can I say something?
I can tell right now.
Yeah, go ahead, Brett.
Part of the problem too is, as the city council, we're trying to make sure that we're doing our due diligence and being accountable for these budgets. And the message can go across that we don't think highly of our employees, or we don't think that they're doing a good job, and that's not the message here.
Exactly.
And they shouldn't feel that at all. So I think it's important they know that.
Yeah, no, and I think that's well said. Part of the issue, though, is we're talking about saving the city money. I can only speak for the police department, but by comparing us to the other competing cities, we're behind. The 3% helps us inch towards them, but we're still behind. And if we lose employees, the cost to get them back, that's when we're actually not doing good business. It may look good on paper this year, but next year it's going to cost us. And there's real-time examples of that. My understanding is North Park has a huge amount of turnover right now. They're going to have to pay people a lot to get them back. Salt Lake went through that. They paid people double salaries to bring them back. We have to have police services. I think retention is the cheaper option than trying to buy back officers and damaging our reputation. If you've already approved a step scale, we need to honor that, to show them, you know, we're gonna stand with you guys. And then I'm happy to come up with solutions, especially if you give me a whole year and say, hey, this is the goal as a department head, can you help us solve this problem? I'm happy to do it.
Chief,
Yeah, go ahead, Brett.
I don't know of anyone that has come back and said, take away your the steps scale. That's never been on the table, and where that got started, I have no clue. But that's something we passed, and it brings our police officers and our firemen in line where they need to be on their wages. So I think that's off the table.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear that. I did get a document that mentioned freezing the pay scales, and that's what I'm talking about. I like the pay scale.
Well, freezing pay scales is different than going after step scales that have already been approved. And so that's just a misinformation on someone's part.
Okay, I'm not understanding, I don't think I understand the difference, because if we freeze the existing pay scale, we're not giving them the step, even if they deserve that. And I don't think that's fair or ethical. And I want the city and our departments to have a cohesive relationship. We all want the same things. But what I'm trying to explain to the council is, if we start to lose people, it's going to cost us far more than the little bit of an adjustment of 3% to bring them back. I've seen it time and time again in my career, and I just don't want to be in that situation.
And I totally respect what you're saying. I agree with what Brett says and that type of stuff too. In the same line of thought, our responsibility is make sure that we keep the streets up. We don't have potholes, we don't have that kind of stuff. And frankly, we're not gonna have any money to do that stuff with what we're approving here tonight. That's my concern.
Sure.
With what's going on.
And it's a valid concern. And as I said, if you go through this packet, and I know we're limited on time, that's the finding, right? We don't have enough income as a city. And how you solve that as a city leadership, you know, I trust your judgment. It's not easy to sit in that seat. But all I can do is speak for the police department and what I feel is right by the excellent work they do, and advocate for them, and hope that, you know, we do the right thing, in my opinion, which is to take care of our people.
Well, I think as a city and as a city council, that we set a precedent by what we've given to the police department, and I think we're showing that safety and police and fire are our top priorities. And so I hope you feel that.
Yeah, no, and you guys have always taken care of us. And we actually did a survey not too long ago, and that was reflected in that survey. You know, one of the things was, if the city tries to adjust your pay over a course of time to be more competitive with our competitors, will you stick around? Will you be patient? And the answer was 100% yes. I don't believe I had one negative response to that. And that just shows the relationship our police have with the city. There is trust there. We've earned that. On another story, when I first started with Tremont and Garland, Garland wasn't paying the same as Tremont, even though we share a police department. And to this day, I still get applications that say, hey, I want to work for Tremont and Garland Police Department, but I want to apply for Tremont only. So it's damaged their reputation. And I don't want to go backwards. I want to keep going forward. And like I said, I'm happy to work with the council over the next year to try to help generate revenue or save money. But I also want to make sure we're taking care of our people and sending the right message. Which, again, I don't envy your seats. It's a difficult thing.
I think part of this, you know, I know that this is something we don't want to do on an ongoing, you know, year in and year out, but we do have, in our rainy day fund, help me out here, we have about 2.1, help me out here, okay, so the rainy day fund is a fund that we have contributed to over time. It's about 35%. There's by state statute, we can have up to about 35% of the amount in savings. We can't current year revenues. So our current year revenue is, let's just say, roughly $1 million, $10 million. So that 3.5 million is all we're allowed to have in our rainy day fund. And so this is something that we need to be able to transfer to answer some of the questions that Lyle was expressing very well about the shortfall in terms of what we have to go to capital projects and that kind of thing. And so as part of, is it this resolution that we need to talk about the transfer from the rainy day fund to our capital projects?
It'll be part of adopting the amendments to the fiscal year 25, the current year.
It'll be the next one. It'll be the next one. Okay, so this one, we're just going to be approving the budget if the council chooses to do so. For the general fund, as stated, we've gone over this.
For all the funds. This will be for all the funds.
For all the funds, the general fund, capital funds, enterprise funds, special funds, all the funds. And then the next one, item B, would be amending the current budget to allow for the transfer from the rainy day fund into our capital funds. And then the capital, putting that money into the capital funds, we can sort of put it where we want to put it. It can go to roads, it can go to Main Street, it can go to whatever the council parks, whatever the council decides they want to put that into. So okay, so just so kind of get an overview of the next two items here. Council, we're back to item A, but I just wanted to give that kind of that overview of where we're going.
I got a statement on the wages. I think we're pretty clear we had a survey done, both fire and police, right? Or citywide, that we were in the right, what do you call it?
Market rate.
Market rate. We've had that done by somebody other than ourselves, correct?
No, that's in the budget to do this
It's in the
year.
budget for
Oh.
this year.
I've just done the salary survey out of that system.
That's the
All the same,
17,000.
but you did it out of a system that they draw from.
Yeah. why
And
do
I
we-
think just vocalizing probably what Lyle's saying is we are signing ourselves up with these current changes, both on the admin level, police level, all these wage increases, to have very little for capital projects in the future. Right, wrong, or indifferent, that's the reality of the overall budget. Nobody's saying that we shouldn't do salary increases to get up to market rate. But we are signing ourselves up for a long-term commitment on what we think is right now. That's the concern, right? That's what I've heard anyway, is a lot of constituents who are concerned that we're kind of spitballing the market rate versus actually going into it with an educated guess. So maybe we could speak to that a little bit, because that's something I've been hearing.
Yeah, I
And
can
I'd
speak
love
to
if we
that,
could
and
elaborate that some.
I know Lindsay has looked into this extensively as well. We internally subscribe to a service called TechNet, and TechNet grabs comparable sized cities in our region and around the state that we can compare our wages to. They haven't done a comprehensive study which looks at job descriptions and job titles and all of those kinds of things. But what we do subscribe to, and it's a few $100s a year, it's not a huge expense, but what it allows us to do is go into their database, pull those numbers, and compare what we're paying for like positions, at least the job titles, and make sure that we're making the market rate and that we're comparable to where everyone else is at. And we have adjusted our pay scales. We did it 2 weeks ago. We adjusted our pay scales to match what those market rate conditions are.
Well, that's on tonight's. It's just the COLA increase is
Yeah.
all it is.
And so the COLA increase is an acknowledgement that things in life are more expensive than they were last year by about 3%. The other market adjustment is an acknowledgement of the fact that we haven't seen real market adjustments to these scales in the past. And we want to hold on to, like the chief points out, we want to hold on to our talented and dedicated individuals so that they're not interested in looking around other places for more money. That's the long and short of it.
And can I just ask one follow-up question, just because it was stated and my job's to represent the constituents. Robert had expressed, he didn't get a raise and, just what is your sentiment around that comment?
Personally, my heart goes out to people. We live in a world where everyone's feeling the pinch, and businesses are feeling the pinch, and it's a worldwide, nationwide phenomenon. But when I look to real numbers, the Social Security Administration is giving roughly a 3% cost of living increase. These are not numbers that we've just arrived at arbitrarily. We have to meet these things because everyone else is doing them. And if we don't, we'll slip further and further behind, like the chief points out again. His points are right on. He's speaking about the police department, but all of our departments are experiencing the same kind of pressures. So we need to respond to that. And how we respond to that tells our employees how much we value them and their dedication.
I'm having a hard time as a city council member, and I just want to vocalize it. I hear feedback from constituents, please don't raise property tax. But yet inflation of our costs is going up. And so what are we supposed to do if we're not matching and doing truth and taxation to match property tax with our costs that are going up?
It's a real.
And I'm sincere.
It's a real
I
problem.
want the public's feedback on that issue.
It's a real problem, and the public can and should give their feedback on the issue. We missed the window for having a truth and taxation this year.
Right.
Which means that we missed, and we didn't do one last year, which means that we missed 3% we could have done last year, and then we missed the 3% that we probably should have done this year. And then, so if we did one next year, we'd be looking at 9-ish% increase to catch up to where we should have been the whole time.
I need to insert, we talked about this last time. We just barely did a 25% tax increase. That was a year ago. You weren't here.
I wasn't here, so it was.
Was it 2
It would've
years
been
ago?
2 years ago.
50%.
It was 50%, not 25.
So we did a tax increase because we were behind on our wages and we had to hire full-time people in the fire department. So reluctantly, we did that. And now we're already back to where we're behind the 8-pin on keeping up with wages. And honestly, bottom line is that, we're at $500,000 right now in excess funds, that wages have ate into $2 million of our ongoing expenses. I don't see it any other way. So next year, when inflation goes up, we're gonna eat right into the 500,000. I mean,
That's the concern.
And
That is the-
it's a valid concern, and especially if we're not matching our revenue stream to the expenditures that we're continuing to see. So there's two options, that we can either squeeze the expenditure side, and I don't know how you squeeze more blood from that turnip, I really don't, or we increase the revenue side, or both. I mean, those are the options. Or I guess the other option would be to.
option is to give up services.
Or, yeah, that's what I mean by squeeze the expenditure side. But that's a scary position to find yourself in, because then you lose the talent that the chief is talking about, and to get them back is hugely expensive. So it's tough. And
I'm just vocalizing.
No, and I
the
get it.
feedback of,
Yeah, for sure.
of all of us. I think we all share that sentiment, and we as a public have a common goal. We want safety, and we I don't think anybody wants to pay our people less than they're worth.
absolutely,
Right?
we need to hold on to them.
I think where my concerns are simply in just data that backs that we're truly compensating it for the appropriate wage rate of what that person is doing. And I'm not proposing that we're not.
Well, I'm not saying that you are either, but
And
that's
then
why
once we are, that we're matching our revenues, because Chief, you mentioned it right at the very start. You said, our current issue is a revenue issue as we compare general fund per capita for our officers. So anyway, I'm just trying to open transparency up about our position as we make
Yeah.
that decision all together.
Yeah, and I totally understand the council's position. The other thing I said is we're getting the most police officers for the cheapest cost. And that's reflected in the data. So as the city evaluates, I don't envy your position because it is hard when you're trying not to increase tax, but you're also trying to generate more revenue. But what I can promise you as your department head is we're not wasting any money. We're getting a good deal for the services we provide. And it's up to the council, if you want us to reevaluate that in the coming year, we can do that, but the solution I have at this point is to start cutting services. And I'd hate to do that, especially as we continue to grow. But we've stretched this as far as we can, at least in my budget. Again, I can't speak for other departments, but that's where we're at as a police department.
Well, I think what was reflected a little bit in some of the other departments, some other cities, is that there are more. One thing we've been able to do over the last couple of years, 2 or 3 years, is we've been fairly proactive in terms of going out, and in your report here at the very end, you kind of indicate some of the reductions in, if I can go to that page.
Page 6.
Page 6. Anyway, you got it right there. So we've had a reduction in narcotic. We've captured, caught several dealers and that kind of thing. Burglaries are down. Sex crimes are down. I think, theft is down. Some of those things, what's kind of interesting also is community policing. We wouldn't be able to do the community policing if we were to just go back to just the basics.
Yeah, this is a direct reflection of the support of the council, because the reality is, when you guys gave us the resources we needed, we ran with that, and we're continuing to make an impact in long-term results. Now, if you look at a quick search in Google, and it says crime data per capita, over the course of the next couple of years, as our stats catch up, it's probably going to reflect that crime has went up. That's not true. It's actually went down, but we're actually seeking out criminals and arresting them, people we didn't even know existed in our community. And we all have stories to associate with that. All those cases, even the high-profile ones, started here. Started with the work of our officers and our detectives to locate them. I mean, just in the last year, this is in here as a stat, we've done 32 internet crimes against children cases. Those are sex offenders in our community. We've handled 32 warrants for that and multiple arrests, and we continue to make that kind of progress. So I'm extremely proud of the people that I have the pleasure and honor to work with, and the results are there. It's all about the community. I personally, as a citizen who lives in Tremonton, I'm happy to pay more to keep these good people here. And I understand it's a struggle, and I understand we need to look at other revenue sources, but all I can do is assure the council and our citizens that we are as efficient as possible with our resources, and that we are making an impact. But to continue to make an impact, I have to keep good people. That's just the reality.
Well, not just the services, something has to give, as inflation pressure keeps building on the city, something has to give somewhere.
Yeah.
You mentioned a possible solution with deferring vehicle purchases. What's the reality behind that? Without putting ourselves in a pinch, is that something that could happen that allows us to free up some of that capital that Lyle's talking about?
Yeah.
It's a 1-year pop. It's only a 1-year thing because you're going to need vehicles in the future.
Sure.
But since you put it down here, can we
Yeah.
explore that a little?
Yeah, absolutely. So it would roughly save us about $400,000. Now, I don't know what that does with maintenance. One great idea from a council member was to look at extended warranties as we purchase these. Another thing we could do for a longevity savings is look at pushing out that rotation maybe another year. How much does that save the city over time? And then getting that extended warranty, if they'll offer it to police officers, and trying to get more in that way. good ideas, but yes, for the sake of this year, it could
And I
save
just want to
us.
vocalize that I have no intention of putting you guys in a pinch or not getting things that you need.
Yeah.
Rather, it's just kind of we're all in this together. What can we do together to reach the budget where we got to get?
Sure, and I'm confident, I have a lot of them in the room who took an interest in this council meeting. They're gonna be okay with it. I can say with, complete confidence, we're willing to give back where we can. We've already went through and cut every single thing we could, any kind of fat in the budget, and believe me, there wasn't much, just to help. And we're on track to give back another 175,000 by the end of the budget year. And we've typically given back 100,000 every year, so, yeah, we're happy to
So if
do
we
that.
don't do the trucks, are we just kicking it down the road? I mean, we don't want to do that either.
Yeah,
Can I jump in here with this? So remember the transfer amount is this 600,000 that Lyle's talking about. That's the leftover. So if you defer this purchase, all it does is leave money in the capital fund. It doesn't do anything to help that net number in the general fund, and because it's completely different. But what it can do, back to one of your questions during the workshop session, is you saw the expenses for vehicle repairs was down 30,000 over actual. It could actually worsen that number from a certain standpoint because they would have more repairs in this next year. So that's a potential, depending on how the vehicles do, of kicking it down. Is you'd actually make the general fund worse. The money is already set aside for those cars. You will have decreased maintenance. If you look for extended warranties, it will help in future years, potentially.
Chief, I think that would be really good if you could get that on our website, everything you just put there.
Yeah, absolutely.
This isn't a secret paper or nothing, but it's got a lot of things. I mean,
It's a really-
I was
lot
gonna
of
get
really
to
good
that,
work.
you're gonna turn back about 175,000 under budget this year, and so in the little bit of time, 1.43 million in 3 years, so.
Yeah, we're definitely doing pretty good in that regard. But yeah, I'm happy to post this. We're all about transparency as well. And one other thing on here, just so the council's aware, we do actually allow our citizens to give us a survey. We actually had the company contact us regarding this on the last page here. We're 4.9 out of 5 stars with 97.5% positive feedback. Basically what that means is every time a cop interacts with you, they give you a business card, and on the back, you can scan that and give them a review on the phone. We're doing really good, to the point that this Know Your Force company has reached out and asked us, what we're doing and how we're able to achieve that. So I do believe we have a lot of community support, and we're all grateful for that. We want to take care of them, but I also need to take care of the people that are serving our community. Because we have some real professionals. I'd like to keep them.
I really don't think your social media would come out that high.
Yeah, probably not, right?
Anonymous.
Especially the
I don't
anonymous,
think that
yeah.
would be quite that high, chief, but.
Yep. Well, cool. Any questions?
On any topic.
I think for me, even the fire and everything is to realize that there's a budget and it's tight.
Sure.
It's not, you can't hire 6 more guys
Right.
just because you got 6 guys. We got to stop somewhere. Same with Jeff. You do the step raises. Well, you don't have all them positions, and there's no money to put people in them positions. But to realize that it's a hard job here because there's only so much money,
Right.
and you still got to fix stuff. I think there's a lot of people, or I can't speak for them. I can speak for firemen. There's a lot of firemen that don't know that there's a budget it's not a open-end ticket, and I think it's hard. I mean, I read all that. I got phone calls. I read the anonymous posts and all that, and it's like, some of that's not right. And you know who put it because they had too much info. So it's like that's not fair. And then if we do all that, if we didn't give everybody whatever they wanted, we have to raise the taxes, and the same people's going to do the same post that we're all.
Are they
a bunch of
raising taxes?
crooks.
Yeah, and it's a difficult position because as the city grows, we're going to have more needs for services, but at the same time, that's going to cost money. And That's the hard position you guys are in. One thing I can say for the police department is part of the benefit of our mutual relationship with Garland is as we start to take on those staffing issues, which we're kind of coming up against on the Garland side, they're going to now add into that pot. We're going to be asking them to contribute, and that saves us.
It's
even
in
more
par,
money.
it's on par too, isn't it? I mean.
Correct,
per
yeah.
capita- per
Yeah, tons of
officer.
development going on since they had that big facility put in. And their next up, as they hit that magical number, we'll be having this conversation with their council. We did run this all by their council. They were very supportive as well, for what it's worth.
And I just want to vocalize how grateful I am for these accomplishments. I mean,
Yeah.
they are notable. So
Yeah, we appreciate that.
Yeah, it's impressive.
So are them cute little babies in the front. I can,
Yeah, right?
how can we say no to them cute little things up there? Future citizens, maybe one will be up here
There
sometime.
you go. There you go.
Cool. Any other questions for the police department?
Jeff, do you have some, kind of bring us up to speed on what you got?
To kind of, I don't mean to take up too much time.
All right.
But to go back to the original question of I think it was $400 and something $1,000 that I'm not seeing that on my end. I don't know. I briefly heard about that. I wasn't here at that meeting because I had a family event that I was at.
Well, he answered the question.
And so,
Yeah.
I don't, so, yeah.
You don't, yeah, it's done.
Okay, so your next question was about the wages. Just to give you an example, Gold Cross is an ambulance service. That's all they do is ambulance. They don't do anything with fire, right? They're hiring people that are EMTs at a rate of $18 an hour. And they don't fight fire. We're hiring them at the same rate about that, but they can also fight fire. And they can cover two services at once. And so that's what we're getting on that end. We're not just providing a sole fire department or a sole ambulance. You guys are aware of that. And so, but we're on the low end of that. Those guys are, Gold Cross is just providing an ambulance service. And to kind of give you an idea that the pay scale, Lyle, you mentioned the $1 million for wages. And we've expended up until this point about 70% of that. And the step scale that we came up with is keeping us within and taking that remainder 30% or so and putting it into, so we stay within that $1 million. Does that make sense?
I understand.
Without going, so we're not.
Trying to keep up to
But
the market.
I do get
We
what you're
understand that.
Yeah, and I get what you're
Trying to keep
saying.
enough money in the hopper.
I get what you're saying, that it's gonna be a committed expense once we.
You got a
once we
little
do that.
different thing than even the police departments, because you got a revenue source that you gotta keep up.
Exactly, we're trying to keep
So
up
you're,
with.
you're gonna have to make sure that doesn't go down.
And yes, that's my next point
We
is that
don't, if we don't go on a bunch of calls, then
We're gonna
revenue
lose
goes
money.
down and we can afford it, because it's already $1 million.
That's
And
my-
for all these years, there was never any money going to the general fund from the fire department.
right, there's nothing coming back, and that's my point. So
So-
NFPA standards, National Fire Protection Association, it calls for 4 firefighters on an engine. We're staffing it with 2 because we're jump staffing it and sometimes not having any because we're taking 2 medical calls at once. We're taking transfers, 911 calls, and we're spreading ourselves so thin that we don't have anyone at times in the station, and we're calling people back. That's not working. And so if we continue to bleed EMTs and paramedics to other cities because they're paying them, like Brigham, we lost 2 right as I got here. In the first couple weeks, we lost 2 people that are highly trained, good paramedics, great firefighters. We lost them because there was a $5,000 sign-on bonus 15 minutes down the road, plus $20,000 extra a year. And what our pay scale is asking is not the $20,000 a year, it's just a few bucks more hourly. And I get where you're at. I totally agree with everything that's been said. And I understand it's a difficult position, but I just want everybody to know, we're not asking for $20,000 per person, annually. We're just asking for a little bit to help get us where we need to be. So that we can retain our good employees and continue to move forward. And I assure you that, within the little time I've been here, like I mentioned, last meeting, I've already submitted for a grant for $300,000. Hopefully we get close to that. And that grant, and I'm gonna continue to look for those, continue to try to offset these things so that we can focus on doing the other projects and use the money other places, so. One other thing that I'd like to add is there's a company called Chrysler Compliance Engine that I'm working with, and it's going to help generate some revenue. We'll basically be charging contractors that come in and do business inspections, and helping us to, that company will help us to make sure that they're complying with all the fire code and regulations to keep them up to par, the businesses. So that's a small thing. It's not going to be a lot of revenue, but there's a lot of different ways that we can help to generate revenue, and I will. So, do you have any other
Okay.
questions for me?
Questions? Nope. All right, thank you. Anything to add to any of this? Bill?
Said enough.
Said enough?
I answer, Bo, I found your question, that 1040, 460 miscellaneous services.
Thank
It
you.
was for a business license fee study and for the Good Landlord program we talked about implementing. So that would be paying Zions to do that study, to, one, review our business licenses, make sure we're charging enough, or the correct amount.
Was this the 8,500?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the $8,500, yes.
Okay.
That's what that was for, and why we didn't have it in there before, because we haven't done it in several
Thank
years,
you.
so.
Lindsay also figured out the step increase answer of how much that, so we already identified 324,000 for the 6%. The step increase was
64,000
Oh, is that all?
higher
Yep.
end.
Oh, I thought it would be much higher than that.
because it only applies to a few.
That alleviates
The total was
Yeah.
some anxiety.
I didn't hear those numbers.
The step scale increases are $64,640. On top of the 324 is the 6%, so 388,000 total for the whole city.
That would have cut a half hour of talking out.
Zach, do you have anything to add to anything?
Did we,
Questions for me?
Any questions for Zach?
We ain't got no questions. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
I don't have a whole lot to say for the Parks and Rec. I know we've talked a lot of our position and where we're at in the past. I don't want to bring anything up on our deficits there. I think the only thing I may want to add as that has brought us to a point we are now is we've had several employees in the past that have either retired or gone elsewhere that has taken several positions to replace. I could name Steve Bench as one who did 3 jobs for us, and it cost us quadruple the amount that he was getting paid just to replace him. Same with Paul. No hard feelings for Carl, but Paul has been around for so long that the value we got out of him, we can't get anyone to come in with his knowledge into this, right, and to replace him. So it takes who we do have, who is a wonderful person, but maybe not has as much experience in that it's good that he needs more help as well because he doesn't have that experience. Same with me, where I'm over the website and a lot of other things, right? Maybe 7 different positions within the city, but only one salary. So those people that are in valued positions that are here, when they leave or retire or something, it takes a lot more to replace. And I think that's also a big part of what has happened to get us to this position. Very big pieces within the city leadership that were an extreme value that have retired or moved on. We've just had to replace with outside firms, with more people. And we can't just say, well, we were good 3 years ago. Well, we were in a very much different state then as well. That now with the inflation of the past 3 years, I mean, 1 year we were at over 7% just for 1 year. And then losing 3 people that we have to replace with 7, that's kind of hit us. So I just wanted to add that with the value.
I appreciate that, Zach. I mean, you've hit it right on the head. I've been trying to analyze and try to figure out where that $2 million disappeared, and between the fire department, we've had to hire outside help because we haven't got volunteers coming in like they used to. We see that, and it's a need in the police department. We need to, we've heard, we keep within the market, and they've been doing a superior job here in our area. You're pulling people out that we didn't even know lived here that was causing problems. But you're right, Zach is right, that other 400,000 comes in, losing key people and have to hire 2 or 3 people to cover what they were doing, so that's the $2 million.
You know. Carl, do you have anything for us? Anything additional?
Unless you have any issues.
Any questions for Carl?
I think
All right.
the reason for that is a lot of his has revenue associated with
Yeah,
expenses.
enterprise
so,
funds.
Yeah.
And, yeah, we probably will have some questions on 1000 North and a few things like that and Rocket Road. And I know those are in the works, so we appreciate that.
We good for a resolution?
I'm so ready.
And I can't even say how to say it now.
Well, motion,
Motion that we approve resolution number 25-29 of the final budget entitled Tree Mountain City Annual Implemented Budget 25-26.
a motion by Councilmember Westergaard. Do I have a second?
I would be proud to second that one.
Seconded by Wes, Councilmember Wes. Let's see, let's start with you, Wes.
Wes, yes.
Brett, you're up.
I need a clarifying question. Are we including in Blair's motion the holding back the police cars? Because that's going to change the amount of money we put into our excess and get us up around that.
No, we're not
8 to 10%.
not including that.
Are we changing the one vehicle to senior center this time? Is that
Just the budget.
considered as
Mine is
a
to do it
modification?
the way it is. I mean, I think we're moving that from last year's to pay for them trucks anyway, so.
Your motion is the resolution as it stands.
Right.
No changes.
I'd like to see us move those. Nay. I think we need to move those two items that were just discussed, so.
Okay. Well,
So you're saying table it, Brad? Is that what you just said?
Well, if it didn't pass, we'd have to table it.
I thought you said
so-
nay, didn't you?
I did.
Okay.
Lyle Vance, yes.
Blair, yes.
I want to iterate before I say my opinion that we need to be very clear in the future with associating revenues and capital asset schedules. We have to prepare for the future.
Yes.
With that said, yes.
All right. Motion resolution number 25-29 passes. Thank you, everybody. And, this has been a long process, and for many of you, this has been almost a 6-month process. So we appreciate all the work and everything all the consideration. Our council and everybody that's had anything to do with this, Curtis, Lindsay, Bill, and all of the department heads. We appreciate you very much. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to item B, discussion and consideration of adopting resolution number 25-30, amending the budget entitled the Tree Mountain City Annual Implementation Budget 2420 to 2025, general fund, capital funds, enterprise funds, special funds for the period commencing July 1, 2024 and ending June 30, 2025. Now, this is we're amending the budget, the current budget that we're in right now. And I tried to explain that a little bit ago. We have these funds that are in the, I got it written down here so I get it right. We have funds that are in the rainy day fund. We have a limit that we can only go up to 3.5 million. We've exceeded that. So based on recommendations from Curtis and our staff. They are recommending that we transfer between, what,
My recommendation is $1 million.
$1 million, okay. Transferring $1 million from the general fund, which we can only have so much in there, to our capital funds. And then we can move that around inside of the capital funds as throughout the coming years we see needed. But it needs to be transferred from this general rainy day fund into the capital funds. So that would be the addition. Did I get that right?
Yeah, you can choose which fund. My recommendation is $1 million from the general fund to
Capital.
Fund 40, which is the capital projects fund.
Now, this could be used for things like roads. It could be used for Main Street. It could be used for
Parks, it could be used for
parks,
anything.
all of these kinds of things. So it is available. We can just put it where the council sees fit.
Yep.
Okay.
I make a motion that we adopt resolution number 25-30, amending the budget for 24-25
I'll second.
And it's for the $1 million?
to the $1 million.
Okay.
Capital funds.
Okay. Okay, we motioned by Lyle Vance and seconded by Bo. Let's see, Brett, you're up.
Brett, aye.
You're up, Lyle.
Lyle Vance, aye.
Blair, aye.
Bo, aye.
West side.
Motion passes. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. This is a very good thing and something I didn't even know about it until today, so that's a very positive thing for our budget. Discussion, item number C, discussion and consideration of adopting resolution number 25-31, approving the certified tax rate for the 2024 tax year. That means that we're not applying or requesting any sort of truth in taxation. We stand with the current year's tax rate. Am I correct on that, Curtis? Pardon me?
We're adopting the certified rate.
The certified rate.
Meaning the revenues will stay flat, but include growth.
And growth this year was about $130,000. So, all right.
Seems redundant that we have to do this. I make a motion that we adopt resolution number 25-31.
I'll second it.
Motion by Lyle Vance and seconded by Wes. I don't know where the glasses are. Okay, let's see. Blair, you're up.
Blair, aye.
Bo, aye.
West side.
Brett, aye.
Lyle Vance, aye.
Motion passes. Thanks, everybody.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yeah, sure.
Well, I just want to, get the public involved in our town halls. I invite you to come with solutions on how we can bridge this gap, right? Because we did not raise it this year. We didn't do a truth in taxation. Part of my sentiment for that, of leaving it here, is because we have the school board that's passing a bond and we're all, so there's a lot of burden coming to people. But inflation does increase our expenses, and therefore the city's budget is going up while our revenue is flatlined. So I want feedback on how to solve that. As a city council member, we have to vote, and I don't want to be sat in a position where I'm saying no and yes and no. I want to understand the public's opinion about what we do and what we don't want, so we can vote for you.
Very good. You done?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Item D, and let's see, discussion and consideration of adopting resolution number 25-32, adopting the revised compensation and classification plan. Let's see, Bill, do we have any? Curtis, Lindsay?
Just the increasing our minimums and maximums, that 3% COLA that was approved. There was a couple positions that I neglected putting on the last one. There would be that office assistant at the Public Works, and then what was the other one? Scroll down.
What's
Oh,
that?
just that's a name change. So it's Kaya.
What's that? First one, Public Works,
Sorry.
what?
Office assistant, someone to work down at the Public Works building from, what was it, like 10 to 2 or something?
Part-time?
Yeah, just a part-time.
Helps me be more efficient with my time and
Helps when people are down there wandering looking for compost.
Hey, you know what? They've wandered down there for 25 years. If they can't find somebody down there, then
It was to post in the budget, but
that is the minor part of it, but I'm not a fan of it. But I'm gonna make a motion that we approve resolution 25-32.
All right, we have a motion by Wes.
I second it.
Second by Blair. I'm short. Let's see, Bo, you're up.
Bo, yes.
Wes, yes.
Brett, yes.
Lionel Vance, nay.
Blair, yes.
Okay, thanks, everybody. Motion passes.
Can I add one more comment? Sorry, just
I wonder if we should, before we vote, we should do the comments before
Okay,
we.
great.
But go ahead, because
well, I was just gonna say that we are paying for that study this year, and just roles and responsibilities are clear, and I think it's important that people are getting paid, compensated fairly for what they do and the hats that they wear, and that's gonna come out in that study.
Can I say one thing?
If we didn't have
Cost
that,
this money, a lot more money too, Bo. That can go both ways. I'm sure we're not overpaying, but how much are we underpaying? Just a thought.
no, it's true, but that's the point of doing
That's your
it, is
point.
to be fairly compensated and have data to back it and tell our constituents that that's the case.
Good point.
So if we have comments, what I'll do is we get the motion and then the second, and then I'll ask for comments. And I think that's a proper way of going about doing that.
I just think it's important that we have context to our answer.
Good, thank you.
I like it.
All right, let's see, we're down to E, discussion and consideration of adopting resolution number 25-33, authorizing the write-off and uncollectible accounts receivable for the utility services in the enterprise funds and fire truck cleanup in the fire fund for fiscal year 25. Let's see, Shari, are you going to bring us up to speed on that?
And remember, Shari, this is the last time you get to do it. Have to do it.
Yes, I'm not sure what the enterprise funds for the fire truck cleanup, what's that? I don't know. Anyway, the utility write-offs, there are, $3,379.79, and they've all been sent to collections.
How much is it again?
$3,379.79.
That doesn't seem like, is that?
That's water
That's the
bills, man.
utility.
That's not the
That's the
ambulance
utility.
bills.
Yeah, that's a whole nother one.
Yeah.
So these have all been sent to collections. We won't get any money from them because there's nothing there, and they're gone. Some of them moved to Mexico and they're just out of there. So we won't get any money, but they have been sent to collections in case they resurface.
Okay, and then okay. Oh, yeah, I was looking at the wrong one, sorry.
I'll motion that we
That was
adopt.
my, okay, we have a motion?
I'll motion that we adopt resolution 25-33, authorizing.
Yeah,
the
I was looking at the wrong
uncollectible
line.
accounts receivable.
That's what I was missing, so. Okay, motion by Bo, second by Blair. Any discussion? Okay, let's see. Wes,
Wes,
back to
yes.
you.
Brett, yes.
Lionel Vance, yes.
Blair, yes.
Bo, yes.
Okay, motion passes. Now we're down to the.
Now the big
I'm
one.
sorry. I was just looking at the wrong line. Discussion and consideration of adopting resolution number 24-34, authorizing the write-off and uncollectible accounts receivable for ambulance services for fiscal year 25 in Fund 28, the Fire Department.
So there's $24,742.70 that needs to be written off from the old ambulance building. It says the avocation. It's
Have they been
old.
turned over to collection?
I'm still collecting some from, there's probably 15 people that we're still collecting the monthly payment from, and we'll keep doing that, but we'll just Curtis suggested we just get them off the books, but we'll still collect money from them. So that's the old system, and then that will close that one out. That one's all done. Then the Billing Bridge one is $589,000, and that's the big one. So we Gold Cross started doing the billing for this in December, which has been so nice, so nice. But these are some that I mean, they've all been sent to collections, and I'm assuming that we're gonna get, I mean, I'm thinking that we will get some money from collections on these because they're newer and they're gonna be able to catch them. A lot of these, at the first of the year, I was gonna get them all sent to small claims, because a lot of them are here and we could do small claims on them, but with the court situation and everything, we couldn't do that, and so that was on the standstill. I've got some in now that are coming in July, but not very many of them, and I wanted to get a whole bunch of them through that, and that didn't work. So, but the ones that have been sent to collections, and I'm assuming that we'll get some money from them. So, any questions?
How's Gold Cross doing, Shari?
Really good. But they've got the staff, they've got the people, they've got people to do this and this and this that I was doing, and it's so good, so good.
Do you think the revenues have increased?
Yeah,
as a
well, it
result
took a
of-
bit because they took over in December, but they didn't really start sending out the bills until February, March time. But I think they're all caught up now, so all the bills they've sent bills out and they're just collecting money now, so it's gonna be so much better. I love doing it. Yeah, and I loved doing it, and I loved, all of it, but then it just got too much. And this billing system that we went to, this billing bridge is terrible. I mean, I'd have to go through the agent report, I'd print bills, but it wouldn't print bills for everyone, and I'd go through this agent report, and there'd be people that hadn't had a bill for 6 months. So the whole thing was bad. So we're being taken care of now really well.
So this 589,000, is it Gold Cross that are they responsible for helping collect this
No, this is one,
system?
yeah, this is the old system. Yep, and there's still some left in that old system. We're still trying to collect on them out of Billing Bridge.
And this is part of the reason, some of the reasons they're out of the country, they can't be found.
Insurance problems, yep. They're just moved, there's
Bankruptcies.
no money, bankruptcy, yeah, yep.
I've seen the bus wreck. I'm surprised the bus wreck was hard to get
We
money.
got nothing for that bus wreck. That was in 2022, I think, December. So those are on here, we got nothing for that. The bus company wouldn't pay, we got nothing. I didn't even have addresses for half the people. So we got nothing from that. Maybe 1 or 2 people got paid, but that was it.
You go on them wrecks, they give you a bogus.
They do, and a lot of people do.
They've been there, done that.
Yes, yep,
Yeah.
Yep.
I was on that wreck.
yep, yeah.
All right.
That's a big chunk of change there too, Lyle.
Yeah, it's a big chunk.
But then that's gonna clear us out until, Gold Cross billing takes over.
There's
right?
still some left in that billing bridge. But yeah, Gold Cross took over starting the billing December 1st, so.
Make a motion that we approve resolution number 25-34.
A motion by Lyle Vance. Do I have a second? Second by Blair Westergaard. Any discussion? All right, so let's see. Brett?
Brett, aye.
Lyle Vance, aye.
Blair, aye.
Bo, aye.
West Eye.
All right, motion passes. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
All right,
Just think, Shari, you're done. You don't have to ever come before us and have to beg to write off money.
all right.
You know what? Just so people don't forget, Shari's only gonna be here for one more meeting after tonight.
Wow.
And she might not even come to the meeting, but speaking of losing good help,
You mean sitting down on this side, though?
well,
She might
Could
be.
be she's up here.
she could be up here too, but I'm saying that we're gonna lose a lot in that office.
Yeah, we are, definitely.
So,
Okay, item G, discussion and consideration of resolution number 25-35, approving an aging services contract for the fiscal year 2025 between Bear River Association of Governments and Area Agency on Aging and Tremont City. So this is just an annual contract that they have been asking us to
just renew, isn't it?
just renewing the contract.
This isn't Meals on Wheels, is it?
No, it's not that.
It
So that-
it partially funds it.
Okay, the contractor meaning us, shall be reimbursed by Bragg not more than 101,000. So we want to do this. Tremont City.
So is that the answer to the earlier question? 14,000? Is that the amount we're getting from Bragg for
Well,
Meals on
okay,
Wheels?
so this is the contract. Yeah, this is the contract between senior center and this is that 101,000.
It is Meals on Wheels.
Yeah. So it's all of this stuff.
But it looks like there's a couple of lines there.
We approve this so you can lose more money.
Right, because if we don't, yeah. We went through that one, huh, Lyle?
This is why maybe some of the others don't feel like they need to. I don't know, but. The 14,000 home delivered meals. Yep.
Gonna make that motion.
Okay.
That was mean, Blair.
My suggestion is,
Don't want my sentiment on this at all, do you?
my suggestion is we approve this year and then do the benefit cost and figure this out.
Some real analysis on it.
No analysis on it.
I'll make a motion, we approve resolution number 25-35.
Motion
Services.
Motion by Blair. Do I have a second?
I'll second it because
Second by
we
Wes.
gotta do it for this year.
Let's see. I think you're up, Lyle.
So this is exactly the way we approved it
Last time,
year.
and we never did it.
That we're gonna do an analysis on it before we approve it again.
Yeah.
I say nay.
Blair, yes.
I wasn't here to do something about it. And I'm not going to let it go. Yes.
Wish yes.
Brett, you're up.
I'm sorry. I'm with Bill. I'm gonna make sure something gets done this year too. I like that idea, but yes.
Yes. Okay. So motion passes. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Lyle.
I'll be in the beginning getting chased by headhunters. You wouldn't even worry about it.
You are going to be the Meals on Wheels.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. We'll see if you come home with a better attitude. How about the poor with no money?
I doubt it.
That's quite the weight loss program.
Maybe I need to go with you.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, hell.
All right. Okay, item H, discussion and consideration of adopting resolution number 25-36, approving amendments to the Tremont City Personnel Policies and Procedures Manual, Section 2, purchasing policy contracts. Okay, Lindsay,
This is just who's allowed to sign POs.
who's allowed to sign POs?
So what's the change?
Like, we didn't even have the police lieutenant on there, and
Okay.
he's signing POs, so, we added him. I don't know if the assistant public works director would be signing POs, but we added him on there just to be safe. And then I just updated the names of those positions. But then, yeah, kept Parks and Rec on there just in case, as we didn't have to do this again if we at some point go back to.
I can see you're gonna have to change that.
So what would I miss?
Well, is the department works leads Rusty and Jason?
Yes.
That's not enough. You gotta give them more. Cause you can go out and buy 2 cases of sprinklers and it's $1,500 for sprinkler heads for the cemetery. So they need to be
The
up.
5,000 and under?
I would believe so with no problem.
Okay, I can make that change if you
Okay.
put it in your
The
motion.
motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 25-36 with making sure that Public Works leads go to up to 5,000. Although Jason buys more sprinklers or meters,
Next option's 25,000 and under.
but they're more than that when Jason ordered meters.
Well,
But if he's
won't they go
ordering
to
one,
Carl
he's
to sign them?
Carl signing the PO, it doesn't matter. It's just if he's going to well, even Greer's we charge, we're not signing, Carl still signs the PO.
I mean, the meters, the secondary meters, and Jason don't order them?
Too many sign
On a
them, then
PO?
you're not,
See, I think
you have
it's-
control on your budget.
Okay. Then I say
You can always find Carl and get him to sign it.
just leave the two public word leads, but put them up to 5,000.
Okay,
I'll second.
Bo? Okay, motion by Wes and seconded by Bo. Wow.
That's aye.
Blair, aye.
Bo, aye.
West side.
Thanks, everybody. All right, item I, discussion and consideration of adopting resolution number 25-37, approving a contract for election services between Box Elder County and Tremonton City Corporation. So it's an election year. We'll have a primary this year. And, was it what?
Per election.
Eesh.
Okay.
So they went up 25%.
$2,000.
10,000 last
Paid
year,
2
wasn't it?
years, yeah, it was 10.5 or something, 2 years ago.
Okay.
Make a
Richard,
motion.
they're-
Can someone just elect to take my seat?
Make a motion, we adopt resolution number 25-37.
Motion by Lyle Vance,
I second.
seconded by Blair.
Oh, yeah, you guys that don't get a vote or nothing. Not in the
Blair?
election. I'm glad you approved it and
Aye, Blair, aye.
seconded.
Makes sense.
Oh, aye.
West side.
Lyle Vance, aye.
All right, motion passes. Thanks.
What if we didn't pass it?
But Cynthia
I don't know
would
what we do.
call, And she would probably quit.
All right. All right, we're down to J. Discussion and consideration of adopting ordinance number 25-12, adopting restrictions on the use of fireworks within certain areas of Tremonton City.
Same areas as always, up on the hill and over on the river.
I say the whole city. I hate fireworks. I'm a firework hater.
Ooh, I'd second that one, but
The Grinch.
man.
I hate him. He's the Grinch. Yeah. Waste of money.
I don't think the hospital minds them. It's not how I did it.
You know, we tried to do a little more than what we'd put in an ordinance once, and it was really tough to get it by. Because the state says that you can, but I can't even remember who. I think it was Frenchie we was fighting with to expand that area or something and couldn't get it done. If we pass this, do we have that? Because I'm afraid it's going to be a real dry
The river
July
bottoms. The
and-
river bottoms are a pain if they're
Right.
close to the river
Get in
bottom.
and out of them, yeah.
Does this still give the chief?
If I may, it's already
Please.
dried out, guys, and we're looking.
We know that, but
No.
I'm saying if we approve this, can you expand that area? Does he have that right? Blair, you might know more.
I mean, we
I'll
can
have the
say,
fire marshal with me next week.
yeah, we can say whatever area we want to say. If it's in our city limits, we can restrict the whole city if we want.
Well, that'll be interesting.
So, I mean,
Our own?
And then you got an
I haven't
enforcement
been here in
issue.
years past,
They
so
did
I
it over
think
by
what
my
you've
house
got,
with this little put a red thing down by my house.
what you've got by the river bottom and out there on the hill, I think is good to start. I haven't been around and seen this is what you had for years past, and I like it. If you're thinking we need to do more, then I think we should, because it's gonna be a dry year.
I mean, of course, the fire marshal's gonna say that, right? So, just for the citizens that do want fireworks, I think we need to allow for
Think
some.
we can
Let's find a
compromise,
good
yeah.
compromise.
I agree.
Well, it is.
We've got some
I love you, brother.
we've got some yards that could be,
Be its own show. Some of them yards.
none of those
You
yards.
can't put them in the
show,
parks because there's liability. You can't light them in the parks or it's a liability, so.
And one of the other things you need to take into consideration, if you have it in a condensed area where we're not having to have guys in the fire truck running out to the outskirts of town and then having to come all the way back to the other side of town if we keep it in a certain area.
Well, it's gonna be city limits. We can't.
Yeah.
And when they moved them to everything could fly, they just threw it all out.
Right.
Just crazy. Used to be you couldn't have anything that fly.
No aerials, yeah.
Had to go to Wyoming to buy them.
Yep.
So right now, as proposed, there's 2 areas.
Yes.
That and that up on the hill. 'cause
On the hill and then that
you
river
can't catch a
bottom.
fire up there.
Yeah.
From 1,000 north, 10th north to city limits on the hill and
Canal, basically.
If that catches on fire, we're in bad shape.
yeah, we're good.
Spectators at that point.
Go ahead there, Bo.
All right, Bo, you're up.
I'll make a motion that we adopt ordinance 2512, adopting the restrictions on the use of fireworks within
Do I have
city
a second?
limits.
I'll second it.
Second by Lyle Vance. Motion by Bo, seconded by Lyle. Let's see, I think Blair?
Blair, aye.
Bo, aye.
West side.
Brett, aye.
Lyle Vance, aye.
Thanks, everybody. That concludes our new council business. And let's just kind of go into the review of our calendar. So the city offices will be closed on the 19th for Juneteenth, but I believe we have a town hall that night. And so that we'll be looking forward to that. No city council meeting on July 1 for the fourth holiday season. A lot of us will be out of town for that. City offices will be closed on the 4th and Haydays on the 25th and 26th. And I got one other thing. On this Friday, the Boys and Girls Club have their annual get-together and fundraiser. Tremont City has a table there. Right now we've got, it's open to anybody that would like to go. We need another couple. If we can get we got 3 couples, we can have 4 couples. Would any of you like to go?
I'm good. I'm out of town, buddy.
I am too. I won't.
You're out of town? One more time? I think, Brett, you're planning on it, aren't you?
Yes.
And we're planning on it. Zach, are you planning to go? So we just need one more couple. So you'll be thinking about that. Hayday's coming up. Everybody hopefully will be there for breakfast. Takes all of us
I got a
to,
question. Is he pulling out the trailer and all that? Do we get Carl to help to replace Paul?
yeah, I've got the key to it as well. And so Carl can,
Because I've seen him cooking with the Special Olympics and all that, so you're in, right?
We were just coordinating. He's going to be out of town that day for a community service event.
You know what? Do your jail time another day. You tell them that you gotta be here and cook. And Cordova will sign it off for you.
But we got that coordinated.
So who,
Find a replacement.
you'll find a replacement? Okay. It does take a lot, and spouses and
yeah.
a little extra help here and there. It's hopping. I think Bill was there last year and
It's a good deal.
it's fun, Be Bo's first year, right?
Farmers Market on the, coming up on the 2nd and 4th. Hopefully you had a chance to go to it and participate. It's a lot of fun.
I did, but oh, my heavens, it's hot.
Oh, I know, it was. And then yeah.
Friday, I think we went Friday.
There's a lot of people.
There was a lot of people there and
I mean,
It'll keep
I think
growing,
it works
too.
good over there
It'll
too.
keep growing. More word gets out.
yeah.
And the Get Out
Maybe that's what
activity will be on the second Saturday, 10 to 3.
That's what I went to last week.
All right. Okay, I think we're just about ready to, let's get down to our, schedule here.
Reports.
Yeah. Okay, reports.
Unfinished
City
business.
administration, have anything for us?
I want to thank you, council, very much for your vote and for your confidence. We do have an amazing staff. I don't think there's any question about that. We have individuals who are dedicated and who are passionate about public service. I also want to thank personally Lindsay and Curtis for putting together the budget. It's been a difficult process for all of us as we're trying new things and trying to be more accountable and transparent in what we're doing. All of the department heads have really pulled through. The chief in particular, Chief Cordova, did a lot of the heavy lifting on representing some of those ideas and concerns about holding on to staff. And so I want to commend him and Skylar for putting that together. That report especially, I think, was very helpful for informing that decision. And your guys' vote tonight shows a lot of confidence in our employees and in our budget process. And I'm very, very grateful and humbled by your trust. And it's not something I take lightly. So I just wanted to say that. We do have amazing employees. It is an honor and a privilege to serve with and work with these people. It's not something I take lightly either. They are people who have dedicated themselves to this city, and it's awesome to work with them in the truest sense of the word awesome. I am in awe of what they do, and they just keep showing up, and I'm very grateful. Further, we as employees are always actively looking for ways to bring money into the city. And one of these reports I wanted to get to, and I'm going to embarrass Cynthia just a little bit, but she likes it, I know. She has worked really hard on procuring grant funding for digitizing our cemetery. And I'll let you talk about that if you want to, but it's phenomenal. And I only bring this up to highlight the fact that from every employee that works for the city, we look for ways to either bring in money through grants. If we hear about them, we're going to go after them. It may sound silly, but I found out there was some chalk paint that they were giving away. Bragg had some extra chalk paint, and I asked for some. I didn't get it because they're like, well, that doesn't really count. But I asked for it for our parade so we can mark the road where people are supposed to stay safe. And they said, no, this is for active transportation. But my point is, we're all actively looking for ways to help save the city money and to enhance the experience that the residents have in the city through our efforts and through finding creative ways to get money back into the system. And it's something that we all we're serious about doing. And so keep looking for those kinds of things too. As you talk to residents and as you hear their concerns, please know that we hear them too, and that we're just as concerned about making sure we do our jobs as efficiently and as value added as possible. Because we hold these funds sacred as well. These are our tax dollars that are given so that we can provide the services that we do. And it's a big deal to us.
Do you want to add anything to DRC? Anything there you need to add?
Jeff normally just says, no, I don't have anything to add. I would say that if you are interested in what's going on in the city, do at least get plugged into getting the agendas for what DRC is discussing and what's going on that way. There are a lot of pretty cool things going on in the city, some of which you're aware of and maybe some that you're not. So if you'd like, we can have Tiffany send you the agendas every other week and you can see what's going on. And if you'd like to come and sit in on one of those, you're more than welcome to.
Do you have anything else?
Thank you very much, guys.
Department head reports. Chief?
Nothing a whole lot to report, but I just like on the bad debt thing. I don't know if we're already doing some type of payment plan, but that's one thing I think if we're not doing, we should implement and try to reduce that amount that we're forgiving. And especially, we shouldn't forgive debts. I wrote off one that was brought to my attention a few weeks ago, and they weren't even a citizen of our city. I don't think we should write off debts for those that don't live in our city. I think it's a disservice to our taxpayers to do that. I much prefer put someone on a payment plan and have them just forgive their debt if they don't live here.
Could you put together some kind of a plan?
Just to
on that?
clarify, Gold Cross put one together already, and
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
part of the service that we have.
Right.
Okay.
I think it's blood out of a turnip. I think she's done all that,
Right.
and she does get paid some. I just don't think
Okay.
$20 a month, and they're gonna
That-
be collecting that for the rest.
that ship sailed on them, some of them. It's, when you read them, there's, obviously, there are a bunch of frequent flyers, and,
And one,
well, that's what they're called.
Yeah.
well, one of the other things that I was just meeting with other chiefs and about that, a lot of other departments have 2 to 3 collection departments, and that's something that I think we should look at as well, is doing that, having a couple other departments. I know Gold Cross is gonna do a great job. They're usually one that is pretty good about collecting, but it wouldn't hurt to have a second or third collection agency as well, and make sure we maximize our revenue where we can. And so, that was one of the things, and then, God, I think I said. Oh, yes, thanks, I'm forgetting, there's something else I wanted to say. Outside of the area, I know we're responding and helping out the other communities that surround us, but we're losing revenue. I mean, we've realized that recently in the past couple of meetings, and that's something that I think we need to look at, and if you guys are okay with that, I'd like to pursue, getting some kind of contracts with those cities, if that's the route you'd like to take. I think it'd be necessary.
We want to see that too, but you got to blow them by the mayor and our attorney and.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, just see what's going on, but before you start writing contracts, we got to make sure that got our bases covered. And then one other thing while I got the mic, we would like to hear a little bit more what's going on in the fire department.
As far
All we
as
do is see the calls.
calls or,
How about that car that burned? Was that possibly arson?
we looked into it and it wasn't. Which car are you talking about? There was a couple.
One on Fourth East or Fourth West and Fourth North?
No, that one was not.
That was just
Yeah, it was a kid being a kid.
the way they investigated it, I thought that it
They
was.
thought it was at first, yeah, but it
Okay.
wasn't.
But it would be nice
some
to
of the stuff
counsel.
That's something that I would like to do as well. I know Zach's over the PR and website stuff, but that's something I would like to, if you guys are okay with it, we'd like to do more of. We'd like to add videos and things like that to the website, and I don't want to overstep, because I know we have a couple different media groups that are videoing and doing stuff that we're paying, but I think that's something that we could definitely increase on. I agree with you.
Right. We want to see you shine. We give you that job, time to shine. Maybe have a
Some of that's
open
time
house.
sensitive, though. I see some of the other departments put some stuff on that's way early on
Right.
some wrecks that's
Yeah.
not been notifications made, and I
On
worry
Facebook.
about that.
But yeah,
And
so
I'm old
I could
school
agree with
about
you.
all that, but
I can agree with you. And Kaysville is one of those that I see all the time, and they're posting stuff like live, basically from the scene. And I don't agree with that
I
either.
wonder who's got time to do that.
It's one of their captains.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's it's
He's
like,
doing it from the scene, and he's
one of
doing
my
it all the
captains
time.
wouldn't be doing that.
And so, I mean, but I think that we can do a lot more with our website, and I'm not saying that we've done a bad job with Zach, but I'm just saying if
Oh,
we
I see
can
either.
work with him and put more on that, I'd like to do a lot more with it.
Okay,
So,
good. All right. Thanks, Jeff.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Tiffany Lenefeld has been updating pages, Jeff. So if you contact Tiffany, she's been updating web pages, and yours is pretty updated. She would love to help work on that, so get with her.
Thank you.
Chief?
She has done a great job.
So I just want to start by thanking the council. Your guys' job is hard. I also want to offer this. If you ever need me to run down numbers, or you need statistics, or you have questions, please contact me. I'm happy to do that legwork and give you real data, and that way we could be on the same page. I want to make it clear that I want to work with you guys for the betterment of this community, and I'm willing to do whatever that is. But we got to work together. We got to be a team, and that's what I desire. But I do appreciate your vote. I believe that was a tough decision. I appreciate your support, and I'm happy to come up with more solutions for next year. I just need guidance of what our goal is as a council for my department, and I'll do what I got to do. With that said, I also want to give you a quick update on the MRAP. It was approved. We are going to get that item. I believe we're a couple weeks out. As soon as it gets here, you guys are welcome to come check it out. It's going to be pretty cool. We'll get it branded with Tremont and all that fun stuff. So other than that, business as usual. I appreciate everything you guys do. And is there any questions for the police department?
Can we all ride on it in the parade and we don't have to ride in?
Yeah. Well, we're going to make sure the brakes are all squared away, but we can.
Oh, yeah, now you say worry about brakes. huh?
Yeah, I mean, we got to stop at some point, but I'm not opposed to it. I've actually thought about that too. I think it'd be super cool in the parade. So, yeah, I'm not opposed. So,
Well, I'm just kidding. Make sure you got a side to sides.
yeah, sure. Cool. Thank you, guys.
Squashed.
Yeah. Thanks,
All
chief.
right, Carl, do you have anything for us?
Again, thank you for the hours of work and looking at the budget carefully and closely. Thank you for your support. I just want you to know, I know that maybe you haven't spent as much time asking questions of the Public Works Department as, say, the Police Department, but thank you for your questions and your support. I want you to know that I've heard two things over the last few months that the council wants, and that's roads and road improvements and the secondary irrigation to complete that. And so the secondary project that we have on there for this year's budget was actually scheduled for next year, and we were able to move that up, and I think that's a fantastic thing. And there's a reason for that, funding-wise, and that's good. And so there's that. And regarding the roads, it's been really interesting for me to learn more about that process. I would say that to a certain degree, roads have been neglected a little bit over the past few years. One of the reasons for that is the secondary. That took a lot of time, it took a lot of money, and we're putting infrastructure under roads. Well, we can complete that, we can do more on the roads. Bill has taken a strong interest in the Transportation Utility Fund. I've been working with Jones and Associates. We have good GIS data of our roads. One thing that is not, I was surprised to look at the Transportation Master Plan. It's really good. It talks about levels of service for roads, which is based on traffic. There's very, very little, really nothing in there about maintaining roads on an annual basis. And so we are coming up with we'll have a proposal coming up to maintain a section of roads for Tremont City. About a seventh of them is what we're thinking right now every year. And rinse and repeat. Every 7 years, we're gonna do some kind of update treatment. There are projects in the capital projects, and those are good, but that's more bigger stuff, road rebuilds and that kind of thing. But there's other maintenance that's needed. And so that's something that I've heard the council talk about. That's something that we're talking about internally and amongst, staff. So we're going to be working on that.
Can I ask you a quick question on that?
Yeah.
Where's the 1000 North? We heard a lot about that the other day, or a couple weeks ago. Do we have that on schedule?
Yeah. So, and I misspoke earlier, the proposal that's there is to repave, to mill and fill from 2300 West all the way to the road sheds. So that's what's on there.
This year.
This year. However, the notes for that indicate that the road should be widened and there are other improvements that need to be made. I haven't seen funding concepts for that necessarily.
But
So we'll,
improvements would include a sidewalk
right.
on the north side.
Yeah, well, and part of what I'm hearing you say is, and it makes a logical sense, obviously, let's try and do all that we can.
Maybe not the whole distance, but at least a part of the way.
But the way that the project is contemplated right now, it's just repaving what's there and then we can add to it. That's good or bad, that's what's on there.
I have a question. Rocket Road, I get more phone calls on out here, and I know that Rups or whoever over it is waiting for the power company. Is there any way to arm wrestle them guys or whatever? I mean,
I think so,
put more
absolutely.
pressure on them, or
To me, that's one reason why we need an assistant public works director, is to just make A to B happen and to have these projects get done. And so,
that down there is a mess, and we bought the ground and we did all the stuff. The
I
poles
think the
need.
money's there for it too, isn't it, Mayor?
is now,
It's in the budget thing.
it's in the budget, we have the
It's like-
manpower to do it, we
It's
just
like,
need
I
to
don't know who they
do it.
just drag their feet.
Bo, call Warren, tell him to get that
I'd
line
just love to
buried.
see us set an expectation with the people that were here that came asking about that. That, hey, this is what we're anticipating. Here's generally what we're planning on. Because it seemed like there was a lot of ambiguity about that road up there on 1000. And as we,
You're talking about 2 weeks ago?
yeah, and
Yeah,
there's,
but we
and I
just
know we're
barely
gonna
did
have
that big
more homes up in that area, and so just that we correlate that all together. And Bill, if you could kind of
That's all I was trying to say.
just be
is
super transparent about where we're at, and just so that there's no ambiguity,
For sure.
and then we can hear.
A big chunk of that doesn't even have houses, so your
Well,
sidewalk could go a ways and then
yeah,
stop
that's
till
what I'm
they.
saying.
Then maybe the developer would have to put the sidewalk in. It puts houses on that frontage or something. But I just think down here, I think we're waiting, and it just seems like the power companies are just. I mean, they're doing that road over there by Gristmill, and they can't finish that because the power company won't move the poles. And
We unfortunately don't have a lot of
I know
leverage with the power company.
that's my question is.
So, yeah.
That said, I don't know that we've done very much in the past several months about it either. We can be a squeaky wheel and they'll respond.
That's your job then.
That's right.
If I remember right, replacing one of those poles is like $50,000 each.
Well, they're
So
not.
it's expensive.
replacing
Don't we have an
that.
agreement
Just
that,
gonna bury them or move them over. I thought they were
We
gonna,
do have an
more
agreement,
expensive.
that's why they will move them.
but I think they agreed to it already.
I thought we had an agreement that they would do that kind of thing for the city.
Within a short amount of time too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
When we bought all them easements and
Yep.
I mean, obviously the canal, we'll have to wait for the canal to be, not the canal,
For the bridge.
the bridge.
bridge. But
Okay.
they've been waiting a long time on that deal.
All right, Carl.
Okay,
Thank you. Zach, do you have anything for us?
Thank you, council. To add to Carl wasn't here when we've started the 10th North, and I know that's the question that was just asked. And it may not be my position, but I know that maybe Wes, that I believe they were applying for a grant cycle, the last two phases that they went through, and it was on a 5-year grant cycle, and so they've gone through 2 of those. So maybe I believe where that just happened, we may be years for that. But if there's funding there, I just wanted to mention that the additional funding for that, we may be behind because of the grant cycle. But on to Parks and Rec. We do have a lot going on. Our youth baseball and softball programs are underway. We have our youth golf, our youth pickleball is also has started as well. Our family fitness with the 100-mile club has started as well. They have 3 months. Participants have 3 months to try to complete 100 miles in our family fitness program. It's less than a mile a day of walking, but it does take consistency. So if anyone up here is up to the task, I challenge you to join the 100 Mile Club. Hay Days is the July 25th and 26th. Before these two leave, I want to encourage them to get their teams together for the Guns and Hoses softball tournament or softball game between the police department and the fire department.
You guys can lose 2 years in a row.
It was a fun tradition started last year, and there's already trash talk going on. So we're looking to add to that, and I think it's a great thing to add to the community. So there's a lot of other fun things that we're planning. We are having a coordination meeting tomorrow at 1 p.m. if anyone would like to join us for that. Let's see. We are continuing to work with BR Live and Blackthorn Media. I know Blackthorn is looking at working with Bill and Jeff on some heavy hitting topics, and Boa, they want to get you involved as well. Of things going on in the city for the next round of video. They're also working with the police on a recruitment video and finalizing interviews with them. So then Bear River Live is working on a segment called Mural in a Moment, where it's teaching about our history through the murals and how they've come to be, and doing a thing with that. So I believe today they were actually working on the 1920 welcome mural. So we should start to see some of those videos coming out here in the next week or so. A few other things maintenance-wise. Our building project at the Parks and Rec building is underway, finally. So it's going to look good, and they will be done before July 1st. So that's going to be a major improvement, and they'll actually look like a building rather than an airplane hangar, so people will know where the Parks and Rec building is. Our lawn conditions, our grass is not doing well. It's been extremely dry this year, especially in the early part of the year, and it's taken a toll. And so I think we're still having some sprinkler system issues or such, maybe with the school, Alice Harris as well. So we need to coordinate with them possibly on alternating days to ensure that we have enough water supply to meet our demands. So
That should have been set up, Zach. That was set up one time, not too long ago.
Yep.
Whether it was every other, whatever, odd even, something.
Yep.
So that them two big poles wasn't going the same time, but.
Yep.
That's why we water during the day, is that we can't get it all done at night.
Right. Yep. And so we just need to meet with them, make sure that that's being followed, and we're going back to that. So
Are they on secondary water?
Yes.
we're on the same system, on the same pump.
Mine as you.
Yeah. And that's
And
something.
Jenny Stevens is all on that same pump.
Yeah, and that's something Carl and I also need to talk about. That's one of the only pumping stations, I think, that only has one pump on it. So we got to work and try to figure a way how to get another pump on there to try to increase the supply out of that pump station. So it'll take a lot of work, but that's something me and Carl will work on. The parade in August for the fair parade is coming. Well, I mean, the application is on there, so I'll put in the application for the parade for the council. Also, the fire department, we put in one for you as well, so that you can have an engine in the parade. I don't know if the police want to, because you're on your bikes and walking, right? So.
We'll do a MRAP this year.
Okay. So we'll put in the MRAP for that too. So we'll get that in. It's always on the end of August. So we'll get those in. So any questions from the council?
Thanks, Zach.
Okay, thank you.
Can I take this a minute?
Sure.
I know everybody wants to get out of here. But I really need to express my gratitude for every single department head. We've been round and round and round and pushed and looked over things several times. We put a lot of pressure on them to pull together lists of capital needs. I just can't say thank you enough. And I need to really thank Lindsay, because There were several times on Saturdays when I'm like texting her and she responds. And a few late night ones too. So a lot of effort, and most importantly,
Friday nights for me too.
thank you to the council. Lyle,
Budgets.
it's been awesome. I'm going to miss the banter back and forth. You've been an amazing council member. I'm not sure the community realizes how much you've dedicated to this, and I just want to be on record. I've seen the years, and probably a few of the gray hairs that I've caused. I'm going to apologize for those. But thank you. You held us accountable, but you also provided several things that the city's been able to accomplish. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you. You have no idea how much I've appreciated you too.
All right, council reports. Bo?
Yeah, that was the first one on my list was Lyle. For years, the city council is very, it's a thankless job, and you take a lot of criticism. And I called you when I asked, should I run for city council? And you said, if you don't mind a lot of criticism and taking conversations at Kent's, you can't go into Kent's the same way again, And so I do appreciate all the years of service you've given. You don't do it for the money, that's for sure, and you care a lot, and you've made a huge impact and set the stage for economic development to happen, which is coming. And I get to come in and pick up the fun part, I think, of everything you've created. So just appreciate that. We are going to be having another town hall. Brett can maybe speak to that. I think, am I incorrect in saying we're having a town hall this week?
It's on the 19th,
The
isn't it?
19th? Thursday. That's a Juneteenth. That's on a holiday. Is there a conflict of that at all? Is that a problem?
Okay, the employees are gonna be,
Open it, I'll come and open it.
Okay, fantastic. But we do invite the public. I appreciate their opinions. With budget behind us, we are going to be very much 7:00. Yeah, we're going to be very much now focused. With Sean Milne was on the agenda, but we're going to have him come back. We want to know and guide with the Economic Development Committee. Revenue is an issue. We've heard it multiple times today. And so we need to increase our sales tax income with the right types of businesses that the public wants here. Not all industry is the same. So we want to guide that the way that our people want us to guide that. And so we want to go get the right businesses. So please bring comments and feedback to that, to town halls, and help us guide economic development in the direction that you want to go. So speaking of that, did Old Grist Mill ever get back with us on economics?
I don't think so.
Anybody heard
I
from
haven't
them?
heard anything from Olgers
Okay.
for a little while.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for being patient with me with all my questions.
Good stuff.
Blair?
I want to thank Curtis and Lindsay, Bill, and everybody in the city part, the department heads for going back. That's not easy. Skyler was trying to make this thing up today when I was here this morning, but I know it's a ton of work, and I don't even know what work it is, and I couldn't even do it, so it tells you what. But I would want to thank you for all that. And on Lyle, I've only been here a year and a half, but I learned a lot from you. And I don't know if you know it, but I was a sophomore when you were a senior and played football, and I've always looked up to you, and I still do. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go over here to give you the last word.
Okay.
let's see, you talked about chalk for the parade?
Yeah.
We found out, flour works great, don't it?
Yeah, flour does work great. This was gonna be something a little bit more classy than flour, but.
Why, there was people out
Flour's great.
baking bread the next morning and it was all okay. Come on, great.
I'm always looking, I'm just.
I too gotta thank everybody. I mean, this is my fourth, maybe my last, of getting to play this game or whatever, but I know I see a lot I probably spend too much time down here sometimes, you know. But I see the dedication of Public Works, Fire. I go over there and pop in the fire station and food pantry and senior center. I don't go to the senior center as much, or I don't go to the library because I can't read, but except when they're reading to me, so. But it's the dedication that you have, but that maintaining employees is coming more and more into it too. You know, there's some others that their time is about up, that will have their time that they wanted, and so we could still be losing people, and I don't know how we're gonna keep them, but I think we're in the right direction with our COLAs and things like that, and Curtis, you're invaluable, you know. I always said I want you to play with my money, but you won't. Invest my money, but anyway, I want to thank everybody too. Cynthia, you do a wonderful job. And remember, all you got to do is ask. I wish that if I'd have known that they needed a driver.
I'll keep that in mind.
But I'm leaving for 3 weeks now, so. But after that, you know, if I'm back but I've
could've.
told Jenny and Carrie, I've said, if you need something, call, and they used to but yeah.
We got a
Okay.
couple applications, so hopefully we'll get them a couple people hired and they'll be okay. But
Oh, okay.
It's been dicey for a bit there.
Was it? Wish I'd have known, because I could have helped for I was home for what, 10 days this time, so. Anyway, and Lyle, same thing. You're gonna be missed. I have enjoyed watching, you know. You do hold people accountable, and, you know, you've kept your cool, and I thought if that would have been me, there'd have been some 4-letter words, but yeah, and I do wish you the best. You know, me and Blair was the same age, and you was one of them mean seniors that got away with a lot of stuff in school back then that you wouldn't today, but. True. So, yeah, I got stories about Lyle. If you want to ever hear them, Curtis,
You don't want to
I'll find you.
I do. I do. I want them.
Okay.
Your dad was in one.
I know.
So anyway, that's all I got to say. Thanks, Lyle. Good luck. I'm sure you'll do great at whatever you do.
Brett, are you with us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have the meeting on Thursday night, 7:00. So we'll look forward to talking about our final strategies that night. And then Lyle knows how I feel about him. He's a good friend of mine and been a good friend of mine. He and I share the exact same birthdays, and so he's my brother from another mother. But I wish him the best of luck, and thank you to everyone for what you've done to get this budget ready for us.
I just want to second everything that's been said and worked with you for 10 years on this council and appreciate your knowledge and your understanding and you know, we didn't always see eye to eye, but we were friends when we started and we're friends now, so.
That's not what he told me. But
And I just wanted to report on a couple of things. We do have the 100-year anniversary for the Box Elder County Fair this year, and there's going to be a parade. It's going to be there's going to be wagons and horses, and the rodeo wants to put this on. It'll go basically down Highway 102 from the fairgrounds east to Main Street, and then basically a big block. And there's over 100 wagons that these guys are going to be putting in the parade, and so we're looking forward to that. We were able to meet with Senator Curtis here just a couple of weeks ago, and took him around to Highway 102 and showed him the Borgstrom signs and everything, and he was very, very impressed and very complimentary to the sacrifice that not just the Borgströms, but so many others have made in our valley and our community. But back to you, Lyle, thank you. Thanks for everything you've done. You've been a great person to go and bounce ideas off of and share your thoughts and just appreciate you very, very much. And wish you well and hope you return.
Appreciate all the kind words. I've appreciated working with all the city councilmen and all past employees in here, but, you know, good luck to you guys here and everybody that's now working in Tremont City. Yeah, I love Tremont. I'm proud to be a Tremontanite, whatever you want to call it. Proud to be here in this area. We live with a bunch of good people, but, you know, bless you with patience with the public and that type of stuff. Do what you can do. I think there's some great things going on as far as communication and that. Please keep it up. It's helping, I think, the overall community feelings towards what's going on here in town if you keep pushing on that. But I really do appreciate each and every one of you, even Curtis. Well, Lindsay, you ought to take a vacation.
I plan to. When
Good.
She will.
July. So.
Good. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Lyle.
You need to make an announcement.
Will I quit? I made that announcement. I officially am leaving town July 21st, and hopefully, if our visas come through, we'll be flying out August 3rd.
Where are you going?
New Guinea for 18 months. So keep Tremont going.
You're going to learn a lot.
How to run fast from the headhunters.
Well, thanks, everybody. We have one more motion. Oh, wait, we do have an RDA.
Yeah.
We do have an RDA. So let's move out of this session and move into the RDA.
Yeah, we gotta make a motion that we close council and go into RDA, right? Is that how we gotta do
I
it?
second it.
Motion by Wes. Close this meeting, go into the RDA meeting. And
Seconded by Blair.
seconded by Blair. All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks, everybody. Okay. Approval of the agenda, council.
Making a motion that we approve the agenda as written.
I'll second it.
Motion by Lyle and seconded by Wes. All in favor?
Aye.
Approval of the minutes for June 3rd, 2025.
I make a motion, we approve the minutes for June 3rd.
Motion by Blair,
Second.
second by Bo. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we have a public hearing. All right, public hearing to consider adopting the annual budget entitled the Redevelopment Agency of Tremont and City Annual Implementation Budget 2025 to 2026 for Tremont and West Liberty Foods, EDA 172 and Fund 71, District 2, downtown for the period commencing July 1, 2025, June 30, 2026. Seeing no public other than us, I've opened the public hearing and I'll close the public hearing. Public hearing to consider amending budget entitled the Redevelopment Agency of Tremont and City Annual Implementation Budget 2024 to 2025 for Tremont and West Liberty Foods, EDA 172 and Fund 71, RDA District Number 2, downtown for the period commencing July 1, 2024 and ending June 30, 2025. And again, seeing no public, I'll close that public hearing. New council business, discussion and consideration of adopting resolution number 20, RDA 25-06, approving the final budget entitled the Tremont City Annual Implementation Budget 25 to 26, General Fund, Capital Fund, Enterprise Funds, Special Funds for the period commencing July 1, 2025 and ending June 30, 2026. Anything, Curtis or Bill or Lindsay?
That resolution should be just for the RDAs, not for the general fund capital funds.
Oh, that's true.
Okay, so we can make that modification as we make the motion. So just for the,
It'd be what's labeled up in the public hearing, that budget resolution.
okay, just what's in the hearing, not
Amount
the,
174, TDA 172.
all the,
71.
okay. Excluding the general fund, capital fund, enterprise funds, and special funds, correct?
Yeah, and it'll be the same thing for B down below.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we adopt resolution number RDA 25-06 as written in, hit the wrong,
Public hearing,
in 3A.
3A.
Second.
I'll second it.
Motion by Lyle Vance, seconded by Wes. Let's see, Wes?
West side.
Brett?
Brett, aye.
Lyle Vance, aye.
Blair, aye.
Oh, aye.
All right, motion passes. Discussion and consideration of adopting resolution number 20, RDA 25-07, amending the budget entitled the Tremont City Annual Implementation Budget 24, no,
Still the same as B.
yeah, just excluding the general fund, all those funds. For the period commencing July 1, 2024 and ending June 30, 2025. Did I get that right?
That's great.
Okay.
Make a motion, we approve RDA 2507 written as in 3B.
Okay. Let's see, Brett?
Brett, aye.
Lyle Vance, aye.
Blair, aye.
Bo, aye.
West side.
The motion passes. Just,
Did somebody
Discussion.
second?
what's that?
Did anybody second that?
Yeah, she said,
Okay.
and I said, I whispered, but
Okay.
Okay.
Just
You
for the
you
record.
seconded it, Wes. Discussion and consideration of adopting resolution number 20, RDA number 25-03, adopting the Tremont City Agency report for Tremont Center Community Development Project for the 2024 tax increment year. Anything on there we need to know?
Yeah, it's just updating our, how much we received in tax increments.
So how much longer does
area.
that, how much longer?
We only have like 7 years left, as I recall. It was 15 years originally. We extended it 2 years because of COVID. I think it was 2015 is when we adopted it originally. Well, yeah, 2016 when we got the value. I think we have like 7 more years.
7 more years.
But we got, I mean, $596,000 in tax increment this year. He got it all back because he buried the canal and paid out a lot of money, but
2032 is the last tax year on it.
we'll be here before we know it, unfortunately.
but that's what we paid him was for the last one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Wasn't this last, the one that he put in years ago.
Yeah, it's the most recent. He
So
did have
we're
some
still gonna have to pay for the one that he just
Well,
put
yeah,
in.
he still has.
82 years
We still owe
old.
him money, yes, essentially. He still had a little bit from last year that we
Well,
only
if I'm gonna
had
be around.
293,000 to
Right.
cover or something, and he had more than that, so.
Yeah.
We've got the running total.
Really?
so.
All right.
And I'm the
We
only
have a
I'm the
motion,
only one left
we have a
in my whole
motion on this,
family.
Council? Or did we? We didn't pass it. We need a motion.
I'll make,
RDA number 25.
I make a motion that we adopt resolution number RDA 25-03.
Motion by Lyle Vance, do I have a second?
I second it.
Seconded by Blair. Let's see, Lyle, you're up.
Lyle Vance, aye.
Blair, aye.
Bo, aye.
West side.
Brett, aye.
All right, need one more motion.
Let's let the man of the hour make the motion.
Motion that
Call
we
it good.
go home.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
I wanna hang around a little while longer.
You can do payroll with me?
Thanks, everybody.
You're on now?
Meeting's
Lindsay?
Brett, for hanging in.
Because I'm closed Thursday and I wanna take off Friday to go camping, so.
You really gotta go do payroll right now? Jeez.
Yep.
You know, that's one thing that we shouldn't have to watch is
Hey, just,
that town hall.
Guys, I still have
Just
the
skip it.
recording on, I can't stop it.
You're
Hold
good.
on.
Well, I mean,